Hi everyone, it's our show tonight. I want all your comments. I was very disappointed at some of the pods I follow. I don't follow many. I really don't. I just don't follow many. And this is the big caveat between us here in Liverpool, Scousers, proper Scousers here in Liverpool, and also our fan base that are outside Liverpool. And I went on, only a few podcasts I follow, only a few. And not one of them yesterday had anything about the 97. Not one. Wasn't even mentioned. I go through a terrible time. I really go through a horrendous time with the 15th of April. It's a horrible time for me. And I don't think people realise that. It's not only a horrible time for me, it's also a horrible time for every single Liverpool fan and Everton fans too, because it involved the city. And I just couldn't believe it. I could not believe that not one had. See the likes of this here, here, in my left-hand corner up here. Could have just had that up. Not one. So you see the caveat there between me, thousands of others, and how it affects us, this particular date. So disappointed. So disappointed. But we're forgiven. We forgive. We here in Liverpool forgive these people. But I just thought that they would have had something up, a tribute. I had to do a show last night. I didn't want to do the show. I really didn't want to do the show. I wasn't up to it. But I had to because of a lad who made the documentary, Scouse Not English. Why is Liverpool so different from the rest of the country? And I've been trying to get him on just to say thank you for giving a great documentary, a positive documentary about Liverpool and about us fans as well. So I've been trying to get him now for a couple of years, 18 months, and he finally came on, and unfortunately he came on the day of the 15th, that I'm in a terrible, terrible state. I even put a post on Facebook. I couldn't hardly write it. No one realises. My daughter does, Francie knows what I go through. But it's not just me going through it. It's all the other lads. I don't think of people outside. I don't think they really realise what we go through and what we went through. And what we're still suffering. And it's just disappointing. So disappointing. But anyway, I'll just go through a few of these if I might, and then I'm going to bring my super guests on who empathise with what I think. I hope so. I hope they empathise with what I've said, and I hope you do as well. Mary Stan, Mary, Will be representing the opinions of FK Monty Reds on this chat tonight, if allowed by Jason. Always allowed. Always allowed. Always. You don't refuse anybody. You don't refuse anybody's opinions. And as she says, best wishes to all positive Reds. We're all positive. Every one of us, Mary. We're all positive. There's no getting away from it. Realistic Scouser. Yes, Frank. Yes, mate. Yes, mate, says Max LFC. John Conway. Hi, Frank. Hiya, John. And they start with Redbird, John, TW, even and Frank in chat. TW, thank you. Oh, my mate here. What a lad. Even and Frank in live chat. Thank you, TW. Shocking, says TW. Charlie Woods, even and Frank. Drunk Vigo. You're the real deal, Frank. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. And the Redbird, spot on, Frank. Some of our so-called fans don't give a dash about Hillsborough survivors, and the disrespect they show to our 97 Angels is sickening. Thank you. Thank you, Redbird. Thank you. Thank you for that. Still choked up. Gary Rigby, even and Frank, I've noticed Liverpool fans from Kenya or Nepal, Vietnam, etc. don't seem to take anything serious. They don't seem as passionate. But you know what, Gary? I'm not being funny. I'm talking about podcasts from here, the country. And they're all lovely Reds. But they don't get it. They simply don't get it. Honestly, they don't get it. They don't get what we go through every 15th. Every 15th. I wanted to go to the memorial, but I couldn't because I can hardly walk. Francine's car was broke. She was at work. Jeez. I don't like asking people for anything. I really don't. I just wish someone would have got hold of me and said, do you want to go down? Or yeah, and brought me down. Only to St. John's Gardens, where I don't live far from. Normally on good days, not good days, when I could bloody walk to there. Can't do it anymore. And Gary says, I can still remember the 15th, 1989, like it was last week. Gary, same as me. Thank you, Gary. Gary Rigby, many of the English fans are no better. Don't just point at ill-informed foreign fans because of foreign media led the beat. I agree with you there, Murray. I really agree with you. I really do. I really do. And Jeff Ellison, the unaffected people have short memories, Frank. Hillsborough tragedy will never be forgotten and never should be forgotten. What more can I say to that? Thank you. And the drunk says, you've got trauma. Yeah. I still suffer from it. I still suffer from it. No wonder I'm on my bloody own. Good evening, everyone. Drink this. Damn fair. I can't wait for George to come down to see me. I can't, because I love the man. I love the man. Redbird. Watched last night's show this morning. So sad, Rick. The 97 sleep. Thanks, Red. Before I kick off, I'll have to bring the lads in because I'm full of emotion still. Thank you, Red. Thank you. And the Anfield or even the thumbs up. I'm going to bring in not the lost Shankly boy anymore, but he's the found Shankly boy. The man himself, George Scott. And there he is.
Hi, Frank. Hi, chat, everybody looking in. Hi, Frank. I feel your passion and I share it. I share it passionately. My son Gavin was in Hillsborough behind the goal, 7 places from the front. He was very lucky to get out of that pen. Very lucky. His friend Bryn was injured. Very lucky to survive. My wife and I, Carol, we didn't know whether he lived or died until we got home that evening. And we got the news and we seen the tragedy. And when we finally got home, thank God the phone rang and he was okay. He was in somebody's house using their phone and he got back safe. And, I'll never forget on the day that we went to Anfield to put the flowers on the pitch, my youngest son, Craig, who's an Evertonian, as you know, he was there with me. And I remember he went down to the Kop and he put a note on the back of the net with his scarf on it with a piece of paper. And when I went down there, I looked at it before we left and it said, "Thank you, God, for saving my brother." So that cut me real deep and it still does today. And when I wrote my book, The Last Shankly Boy, I dedicated a chapter in the book to Hillsborough. And I got a wonderful message from a reader just the other day, actually, saying that he'd read the book on holiday. And he said the part about Hillsborough had blinding tears running down my face. So, Hillsborough was never be forgotten, never. Yeah, that's the one, Frank. And in that book, there's a chapter about Hillsborough and about me meeting a nurse in Shankly Hotel who had been there, and her mother was killed. And it was just so sad, So let nobody do anything other than remember that day with sadness. All Liverpool fans, to be honest, all football fans throughout the world. It's
exactly.
People should not go to a football match and not come home.
Exactly. And, we had a Prime Minister, ex-Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who was quoted as saying, "Liverpool, the self-pity city." I'll never forget that.
No time for it. No time for them, Frank. No time for it. Most wonderful city in the world. With the nicest, most generous people.
When are you coming? I've got something for. When are you coming down to see me?
I'll come down on Thursday.
Are you sure now?
Yeah.
I'm only joking. I've got
my wife's going out on Thursday, so I'll be free and I can come over. I'll come over and see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
I'll bring a book over for Ray Darrell as well. I promise.
Oh yeah. That'll be lovely. That'll be lovely. That will be lovely. Thank you, George. And I'm bringing on this fella here, Lee. Hiya, Lee.
Hi, everyone.
Hiya, Lee. Good to see you.
Hi, George. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, it is very sad, and sometimes it does mean a bit more when you're actually from the city. And I'm not saying everyone, I'm not including everyone in a grand sweeping statement, but there are some fans, I think, that don't recognise just how keenly it's felt like and how sore it is, because you still get mocked all the time over it. I see it virtually daily on the internet, on football things. It's victims FC. Remember I said to you the other day, Frank, they clearly haven't read the Hillsborough report and they're uninformed, and you said, no, they have. They just don't believe it, or they don't want to believe it, so they can throw that at us. And it's annoying. Brian Morrissey said on here the other week, he said, don't give it any oxygen and that crap. But sometimes I'm in such a bad bloody mood that I will.
You've got to give it oxygen. You have to. You've got to reply.
Yeah, I get this. I'm better with words than a lot of these pricks. Like, I've got a really good verbal IQ, and I am funny, and I'm vicious when I've got a cob on as well. Mate,
you mean better words like pricks?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'll use better ones than that. But I'll think of funny stuff to get at them and needle them, and I'll say, come on, give me the information, elucidate me, tell me what you're on about. Do you know what happened? Have you read the report? What about the Heysel report? This, that, the, and they go, fucking quietly do, mate. Nothing.
And we don't forget Heysel either. We've got we have a.
At the end of the day, UEFA were one of the chief architects of that by putting their fans in our end. I was
there. I was looking over at the other end of it, the other side. I was there, and I seen what was going on. Now, you know, my mother, Italian, no matter what, and I follow Serie A. I follow Serie A, and I even support the Azzurri. Thing is, they was firing. I don't want to get into ISIL, but they kicked it off. People would think that I'm just saying that. They kicked it off by firing over flares and throwing beer bottles and everything. Yeah. And then the police.
We're having a big pole on the pitch.
You see the Juventus fan with the gun on the pitch, remember him with the scarf over his mouth with the gun.
Well, that's what I was going to mention, because that lad came on and he had a gun. And we were looking like that. I said, what's he pointing there? And someone said, that's a gun there. And well came out a big banner that was already pre-made. And it said, Rossi Animali. And someone said to me, what's that mean? And I said, red animals.
Yeah.
Animali.
Well, our fans had no history of fighting in Europe, did we, before that? No. Lots of other clubs had, like, United, Leeds, Arsenal, clubs that really had no chance of winning anything in the 70s and 80s and had bad sides. They might have got into Europe, like, but they were never going to win anything. So they were fighting that, like, all the time, and a lot of other English clubs. And English clubs become a bit of a target then for these ultras, didn't they? Oh, we can have a fight with them. But our lads weren't interested because we were winning all the time. Why did we want to fight when we were winning all the bloody time?
We were getting on great with the Juve lads. It was great. We were playing football and everything with them.
Yeah, in the daytime.
Having a beer with them.
Yeah.
And they were so surprised that I could speak Italian.
Yeah.
It was just a handful of their ultras, wasn't it?
The ultras, Roma's got them. They've all got them in Italy, these ultras.
What happened to Sean Cox outside Anfield?
Exactly, poor Sean, yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, but you do get them. They're not just in Italy. You get them here.
No. They're everywhere, Frank. They're everywhere these days now. You know, everywhere.
I'm going to add, I don't know where Daryl is. Is he here? Yeah, there he is. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, boys. All right. Sad times yesterday. Sad times. Hi, George, everyone. Sad times yesterday. Justice for the 97.
Yeah. Well done.
Well, I'll tell you, my mate, he went away and lived in Australia. Now he's living in Nottingham. My old mate from round here, John Lewis, his name is. He sent me a thing on Facebook Messenger. And it's one of our local lads on the pitch at Hillsborough. He was on the front of the Daily Mirror with one shoe on, crying his eyes out. Stubby, his name was, this lad's nickname. Little fat guy with curly hair, Stubby. He's dead now anyway, like, but he didn't die at Hillsborough. But, like, John sent me a thing on Facebook Messenger of, like, a load of people being interviewed. It was 3 people in the front being interviewed, and Stubby was one of them, and they were saying what had just happened. But there was a picture of him on the front of the Daily Mirror the next day with one shoe on, crying his eyes out because he just got out of it. He just about got out of it. There was a lad right round the corner who died, Gary Church, and his funeral was on telly, Kenny Dalglish, and everyone went. I think it was the only funeral that was well publicised, and it was the lad from round here, Gary Church. His funeral was on telly every fart's end when it happened.
I'm very friendly with Barry Devonside, and Barry's son was killed. Barry Jr., he was killed. And, you know, it broke Barry completely. Broke him completely.
Well, my ex, and I'm going to finish on this, lads, if you don't mind, please.
Because it's sad, Frank. It's too...
Yeah, well, I'll tell you something about my ex. I was sitting in the living room, and I was just sitting there. And don't forget, you know, I'm still going through a bad time. And then the echo comes, little echo lad, you know, and she opens the door. I normally open the door, but I was just sitting there. I was forlorn. And she opened the door. And she took the echo. And she didn't want to come into me because she knew, you know, just to leave me alone. You know, just let me mope. Let me mope. And she was sitting there. She brought in a cup of tea. And she said, "Are you all right?" And I went, I said, "No." And she just left it on the side. I said, "Okay, thank you." And then she went back in the kitchen. And as I said, I'm sitting there. And she let out an awful, mighty scream. And I jumped. It shook me. And she came running in. And she was saying, "James is dead. James is dead." And I said, "James, James." James was a safety boy in the shop, a safety boy. And she lent him the money to buy a ticket to go to Hillsborough. And he was killed.
Terrible, Frank. You know, when I was doing that talk at the Shankly Hotel, there was sat next to a lad called Fred Sefton, big Liverpool supporter, and he was part of the London supporters branch, and he was telling me that he actually came up with the family, the two young girls that lost their lives.
The exes.
Yeah, and he was with them on the day, and he was down in the bottom pen, he was up in the top pen, and they were in obviously the pen behind the goal. And his last memory of them was them two turning around, making faces at him. Can you imagine that? And he never saw them again. And in the end, he went to live in Spain because the pain was so much. And I met their mother as well at that reception. She was so brave and so dignified.
She was a lovely person, but still is.
Absolutely incredible.
You
hard
know.
to describe, Frank. It's hard to describe the pain.
Yeah, the thing is, there was a lot of very young people killed. John Paul Gilhooly was 13 years old, wasn't he? He was Stephen Gerrard's cousin.
Yeah, no, shocking.
So when these idiots on the internet, because I see it daily, I see it several times weekly, and it's not just one person who supports one club, it's all of them. Chelsea fans, United fans, they're all giving it victims, FC. Oh, the scout. If you say anything like a bad refereeing decision, they go, "Oh, the scouts victims," and I'm like, "Shut up, will you? Will you shut up?" I say it better than that. Like, I will make them feel small with it. If I'm in the mood for an argument, sometimes I just let it go because I'm like, I can't be arsed today with them. But other days, I am in the mood and I will shut them up.
Okay. You know, we've had a good say on the matter, and I just thank everybody, the chat and everybody. And Real Scouser says, "Who's Jason then, Frank?" Jason's the producer of this, and he produces me other ones as well. You know, he produces me history show as well. That's who Jason is. Thanks for asking. Jason Pennington, his name is. Great fella. And I seen a comment by Steve Evans. Let's just see a couple of here. It's difficult seeing Frank in pain. I don't know what to say. He's carrying the pain of the day. I understand that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I've seen, there was Steve Evans says, had a massive banner up at work yesterday and the building lit red and flag at half-mast JF. Yeah. And I'm going to mention two sets of fans here. One, last night at Chelsea, the Everton fans brought down a Kraken flag. One blue, where it's had a kid with, you know, a shirt.
You did, yeah. Seen it hanging there, Frank. They've done some good stuff there. He's not heavy.
That's why I need to. To understand. I can't go through this. It's killing me now.
I can see, Frank. Yeah.
I've seen Steve Evans. Steve Evans made a comment whether how true it is, and this is about football, and he said Alisson's going in the summer. What does anybody think about it?
I think that's all a spin, George. Frank, that's a spin, because I saw today as well, apparently Alisson's put his mansion up for sale on Rightmove or something. I saw it earlier on, and apparently he's just moving another house in Liverpool. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, he's got another house he's bought. Yeah, that's why he's selling it. Yeah, he doesn't want to leave. He's got a contract till 2027.
Yeah.
See, I don't like spin. But I'm going to go, JK's there, and I'm going to go to JK here. JK, and then you, George, if you don't mind, then you, Lee, then you, Daryl, and to the chat, please, to the chat. How important is Thursday's match at Bergamo playing Atalanta?
I would say that if we win that game and go through, it will do more good for the team and the squad and the club. Over the last few weeks, we're really playing pretty bad, and everything's sort of downtrodden. I think we need a win ASAP. And if it comes Thursday and we win the whole tie altogether, that buzz from that game will carry us on into the two Premier League games, Fulham and Everton the week after. So we've got to win that game, bro. That's why, for me, Thursday is really important for us.
Yeah.
Okay, George.
Well, what I'll say is that if they can beat us 3-0 at Anfield, we can beat them 3-0 over there. There's no reason why not at all. We've been missing chances galore. Maybe it just needs one night where we put the chances in. It's not going to be easy. We all know that it's not going to be easy. Italian teams are tight and tough, and they'll probably put a stern defence up. But if we can get a quick goal, if we can get a goal, the first goal, even one up half-time, you never know. I would never write Liverpool off. None of us would ever. Our history proves that. The games we've played against the odds and won. So I'm not writing us off by any stretch of the imagination. I realise it's going to be tough, but it's a big game. It's a huge game. I mean, we're still in the competition. It's only half-time. And there's no reason why we can't beat them 3-0 if they beat us 3-0. It's unlikely, but, it's not impossible. And I think everybody should be giving it 100%. They've been getting a lot of stick now, the team, this last 3 or 4 weeks, deservedly so, because it's not been there. They've been missing chances, which is, I could score at my age now and I'm nearly 80. Like Nunez, and what's his name, going through the middle there, Jones. All he's got to do is put it past the goalkeeper. Nunez, all he's got to do is put it past the goalkeeper. He's ramming it against the goalkeeper. They're not thinking. He's had 58 good chances, apparently, and took 7. I mean, it's for a striker, it's disgraceful. So I think he should be on the bench, and I think he should come on, and I wouldn't play him. I wouldn't play him from the start on Thursday, because he's really upset me these last few weeks, the chances he's missed. Could have cost us a premiership. Not just him. If you look at them games against Man United, them 2 games in the last game, good God, I mean, we played them off the pitch, all these teams, and yet we couldn't get the ball in the net. Man United, 15 shots in the first half and no goals. And it's been carried right on through the Atalanta game and right through until the game against Palace. So we've just got to take our chances and be clinical. And we've got to tighten up at the back in defence. The first goal of the weekend was a joke. It's really poor first goal. We're losing all these goals early on in the game, and it's making us struggle a bit. But, optimistic. Thursday, let's go for it. Let's see if we can get the win. And if we get a win, as JK says, at least that will give us some confidence, even if we lose the match. You lose the tie, sorry. We can go in.
I think that's a fantastic comment. And what you said there, it's what you said, unlikely. Because if we go in there and, we don't come out the other end, at least we're going in thinking like it's going to be unlikely. But if we come out the other end victorious, it's there.
We've got nothing to lose. We've got to go for it.
Nothing to lose. No, of course not. Lee, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a performance we need in Bergamo. okay, it'd be lovely to win the tie, but it's a good performance and a win that we need. Whether even if we only win 2-1 or 2-0 and don't go through, we need a good performance and a win to get us back on the winning road. I mean, like George just said about the Man United, the second Old Trafford game in the league, we had enough chances to win 5 matches there. We had to beat them 5 times over with that amount of chances, and we couldn't even beat them once with that. And the defence is getting on my nerves lately because it looks like a half-decent Sunday League team could score against us, that we couldn't shut a half-decent Sunday League team out, is the way it looks to me at the moment. And it's not on. We've got to be defending better than that. It's not on, mate, is it? The defence, it's been really getting on my wick. And Ibu's been getting on my wick by never playing. Now, here's the thing. He's a great centre-half when he's on the pitch, and he could be one of the best in the Prem. But if he's not on the pitch and he's always injured, then out. If Paris Saint-Germain will pay for him and give us what we paid for him or just a little bit over, get shut and buy someone who can actually play sometimes rather than always being injured. Because he plays 1 game or 2 games and he's out. 1 game or 2 games, out. He never plays like 3 or 4 in a row. Come on, mate. He's 24 and he's a big strapping lad. He gets muscle injuries all the time. Well, if that's the way it's going to be, get shut and buy someone who will be fit more often than not. Okay?
Yeah, you're right, Lee.
I'm in his fan club as a player. He's got the lot. He's got pace. He's got strength. He can read the game. But you need players fit.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got to come in. Listen, lads and girls and chat on there. I can't talk about Heysel. I can't talk about, because it'll just kick me off emotionally, that is. I've got to get through this show with the panel. Please put football comments up. You know, if I start reading about Hillsborough, I'll just break down.
Yeah, you're here, Frank. You're here.
I'll have to leave the show, honestly. Please bear that in mind for me and for the rest of the people as well.
Yeah.
You know, we're all emotionally charged.
It's too upsetting.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this. What's your take on that, please, Saddle? About Atalanta, how important is it?
Yeah, as everyone is saying on here, we've got to go for it. We've got to try and bring that heavy metal football Liverpool back and just really go for it. Got nothing to lose. From here to now the end of the season, we just have to play at full strength, same side every single week. And an absolute... We can do it. We've done it in the past. We're more than capable of doing it, you know?
Also, it could do us a favour that we've got nothing to lose, couldn't it, chaps? The fact that we've got nothing to lose, it takes the pressure off a bit, and we could get a performance out of them. I don't know, but...
I'm going to ask JK to read this comment out and then, you know, discuss it, because I'll have to make myself a drink, if you don't mind. Please, lads, you know, JK, can you read that comment out and let the lads comment on it, please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's from Redbird D9. Do you reckon we can beat Atlanta 4-0 or 3-0 and win on pens? I think it's going to be difficult because I think they will shut up shop. What do you think with that, George?
Yeah, well, I think what I said before, I think they will try to shut up shop, because mainly when we play away from home against these teams, they tend to attack and go at us. But I can't see Atlanta really needing to do that, because they'll probably think we're 3-0 up. If we hold it tight and we don't give a goal away, the longer the game goes on, it's going to be more frustrating for Liverpool. So I think their tactics will be like they did at Anfield. They'll be man-to-man marking. And they'll be quite ruthless with that and won't give us too much space. So we'll have to be at our very best. I think Frank said in the past, you know, that somebody's going to get hiding, because, you know, we're missing so many chances. It's unreal. I've never known in all the years I've watched Liverpool, and it's gone 64 years now, and the other time I've played for them, I've never known a team ever to miss as many chances as they have done in the last 4 games. And if you think about it, we should be 6 or 7 points clear at the top of the Premier League. We've been robbed with 2 VAR decisions, particularly one at Arsenal at Anfield with a handball, which was a definite penalty, and the one against Manchester City was an absolute joke at the end of the game. We'd have won that. That would be 3 more points. So there you go. And then the Spurs one, the Diaz goal was totally illegal and chalked off. That could be another point or 2. We should be 6, 7 points more than we've got.
Yeah.
And also think that at the start of the season, lads, we would have been quite happy to be where we are now. We would have thought being third in the league and guaranteed qualification for the Champions League would have been a great season, and we've won the League Cup. So people get really down, but if you look back on it, we've had a bloody good season, and it's not finished yet. We're only a point or 2 behind Man City. They've got games to come, and we've got games to come. Arsenal showed what can happen the other day. They lost against Villa, which I didn't expect. And who knows, City could draw a game and we could win a game and they're 2 points back. So, we need to keep our heads up and go for everything.
Exactly what you said there, George, about the 2 obvious pens at Anfield, one against Arsenal, one against Man City. It'd take a point off them and give us 2 more each time. And then there's the Spurs fiasco from VAR. But again, we're being victims, aren't we? We're victims. Victim FC. Oh, everyone gets bad decisions. Not like that. I've never seen anything like the Diaz one for another team, where an onside goal is looked at by VAR, and the excuse was they thought that the flag had not gone up. Oh, come on, mate. They were watching the game. How did they not see that the flag went up? And how did they not see Luis Diaz go?
Yeah. And they admitted they got it wrong.
Bollocks, mate. They lied to us, them people. It was a lie.
They admitted they got it wrong and they gave us an apology. Who wants an apology? We want the points. That could be the difference between winning and losing the Premier League. And it's no coincidence. Those 2 decisions were against 2 of our biggest opponents. One against Arsenal, one against City. The ones we want to be ahead of. One against Bournemouth and them. I was incandescent about the Doku one. I've never seen a player being kicked in the chest and not even being booked. The other guy.
He kicked him up here. If that happens in reverse at the Etihad, be it last minute or not, the last minute of the match, that gets given, I say.
Yeah.
100%.
It's a shame the way the last few games have gone because, we didn't have the flags there, and that took the atmosphere down a bit as well. And then we didn't play well, and then with Klopp leaving. So we need to pick that all up now and get back to where, like you said earlier, Lee, we need to get back to where we should be. Enthusiastic, dynamic, high press, and get after them. We've got 6 games left. No reason, I don't think, why we can't win them all. If Everton play half as bad as they played last night, we should tank them.
Exactly, George. I was saying, I bet this Everton don't turn up next week in the derby.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you know how it is. Yeah. You know how it is. Get battered by Chelsea 6-0, then against Liverpool, they become Real Madrid.
I know. It was so poor last night. They can't be as poor as that again, I don't think.
Why can't Man United take some bloody points off City when we need them to? The only time they've got a result against City is when we were in the title race. Every time we're in the title race against City, Man United don't get a point off them in either game.
Yeah, because they would rather see...
Arsenal's got to play Man United at Old Trafford. But the way Manchester United are playing at the moment, I can't see them beating Arsenal.
Yep, I think what it is as well, I think the United fans would rather see City winning the league than us.
Oh, yeah.
Hence why they sort of roll over for City when they play off. Simple as, bro. Like this season, look how much Man United we have had 84 chances in 3 games against United.
That's amazing. It's just,
and we couldn't put them away. It's madness. Madness. Darryl, what do you think, bro, about
that? Well, personally, as Redbird said, I think if Atalanta shut up shop, I think that plays into our hands personally, because when teams shut up shop, we tend to play a lot better. It's like that man marking system they played against us the last leg. It didn't help, did it? Carlyle was just not finding the man. we kept going long every single time. It just didn't work. So if they do play, if they do shut up shop, I think it could really play well into our hands. And I'm really confident we're going to go there and get a result. I really am.
Yeah, because even the home game, Darryl, we missed a couple of cast iron chances.
Yeah.
And the goals we lost were, I mean, Kelleher's done fantastic. He's done brilliant since he's been in, but he was badly at fault for that first goal. The lad would probably say himself, went under his body. And the second one, he saved it and it was rebounded. We're a bit unlucky with them 2 goals. So, I mean, although we lost 3-0, it could have been different, you know. So I think we've every chance to go for it.
It would have been well different, in my opinion, that 3-0 result at Anfield, because I do blame Kelleher for those 2 goals.
Yeah.
He should have held on to the third one, you know, when he let it spill. And he also should have easily went at the one that went under his body.
Oh, yeah,
this is where Ali comes into the equation. It's easy saying with hindsight, Ali would have saved them, but he would have done.
He would have, bro.
He would have held on to that ball.
Do you remember? I said Kelleher's worst part of his game is he lets goals in that are close to his body. And you seen Alisson save the other day. Really close to him, bang. So for me, I like Kelleher. He's done well, and I'll tell you the truth, it could have been worse for us. We could have lost a lot more games in the time he was in goals, you know, but we didn't. So I think the lad's done well, but I just feel more safer with Alisson in goals. It's just better, you know.
And as Mikhail says, let's try and win a game on Thursday. Get some confidence back.
Exactly right.
And I think he's right.
Yeah, any victory, you know, as I said before, even a 2-1 or a victory to get back into winning ways, give the players a bit of confidence back that they've lost, and especially winning away in Italy would do us a favour, even if we go out the competition, and that's what it is, and we need a performance and a win. And if they shut us shop, I don't mind seeing Virgil stuck up front with Nunez, 2 tall lads, get fired into him from wide. Just play 4-4-2. Do you know what I mean? If it's later on in the game and they still shut up shop and we're not getting through, lob Virgil up front and try and hit him with balls, because you know how good he is in the air.
Yeah, do something different. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm going to read 3 comments out here. One, Steve Evans, he says, it wouldn't surprise me if we knock Atalanta out on Thursday. I can see us doing it. The Redbird says, play at full strength the rest of the season, go all out, at least give it your best shot.
Definitely, 100% agree with that.
And I'll stay with you, George. Biggest game of the season. Now, I'd say that. It is the biggest game of the season at the moment.
Yeah.
What do you think, George?
I think for us, every game we play now is the biggest game of the season. Every one, one after the other. You know, and this one definitely is. I mean, you know, but I like what Lee said, it's true. Even if we don't go through, if we win a 2-0 or 2-1 or something, that would be a confidence booster for the league program for the next 6 games. But I like you, Frank. I have a feeling that we can do it. If we can get a goal first, I'll tell you. I mean, if the chances go in rather than not go in, things could be a lot different this week and Thursday.
Okay, Lee?
Yeah, because we spanked them 5-0 in Bergamo in the Champions League, didn't we? And I think they had a good side, and they had Zapata up front. It wasn't Zapata, Duvan Zapata up front. They had other good players who are gone now. So, yeah, we can do it. We know we can do it there, and we've done it before in other ties in Europe. So it's not, you know, nothing's impossible, nothing's finished there. But we do have to get the first goal. If we go 1-0 down, it's over. I think. But if we get
the Barcelona game, we can't afford to lose a goal.
No. What about you, Darryl?
I think if we nick a goal in the first 10 minutes of that game, I think it's on. It's going to happen. If we get 1 goal in the first 10 minutes, they'll get so panicky. And then we'll just keep coming at them. We've just got to defend well and not concede that first goal, which has happened 21 times already this season. So that's where we got to harden up a little bit.
They've got everything to lose. We've got nothing to lose. We're already 3 down, so we can go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, and before I go to JK, they haven't really seen us play how we can play, by the way.
Yeah.
I know their manager's a wily old fella, and he's very shrewd, but he'll be warning us players. But the players' mentality, the Italian players' mentality is this. If they're leading in a game, they become, I've watched Serie A, I watch it, they become very complacent. They think that they're going to steamroll it in the second half. AC Milan, remember them? 2005, they thought that they were coming out. Even the Italian fans, I was watching an Italian programme about AC it was, and they had 3 lads on. They're just sitting there, they were all coming out of the dressing room half time, fixing their hair. How's my hair? Is it all right? They were there. They were being facetious, but that's the way their lads were talking, these Italian lads, and that's what they're like, the players. They think they'll have it. They'll be saying now, we're going to stuff these in 48 hours. And I think Liverpool, the players of Liverpool, should be thinking, you're not going to stuff us, we're going to stuff you. JK, is it the biggest game? And as George said, every game is the biggest game. But the first one, which is at Atalanta, is the biggest game. What do you say?
I would say the Fulham game is bigger because of the score. A 1-0, then I would say maybe it's about the same. I just feel the league is more bigger for us than the Europa League anyway, even before the 3-0 last week. But I want to win the Europa Cup. Europa League is the only cup that Klopp's not won. So it is a big game, because we haven't played, because we haven't won in a while. So that's why it's such a big game now. It's become a big game, I feel last Thursday's result was such a surprise that we don't lose at home at Anfield 3-0. We just don't do that. So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes at the club or what's happened over the weeks. Is it fatigue? Is it Klopp not being really interested because he thinks Edwards has come back and stuff like this, Everyone's got their own opinion on that thing, but it's just sort of had an effect on how we've sort of played handle games. We're not even we're not looking dangerous, how we have. And for me, Darwin not looking sharp because he's sort of just come back from injury as well. Endo, another one. Endo shouldn't have played them 2 games. Definitely shouldn't have started them anyway. Hence why I've always said we should have got another DM in January. We made such a mistake then again. We could have just got a DM in and it would have helped us now when Endo's sort of being injured. We would have had someone there fit to play that position, So there's a lot of things that have gone on why this results have sort of gone downhill. But I believe a lot of injuries and fatigue have played a part.
Okay, well, I'll say this. Liverpool, the way we look at it, the way I look at it personally, is it is the biggest game. Because this could be the springboard. This game could be the spring. If we win, and we win well, this could be a springboard to play Everton and every other team that we're going to face, leading right up to the end of the season. I really believe that. I really, really believe that. And they should be, I'm telling you now, the lads should be all focusing on this fella. Yeah. This fella, Klopp. They should all be focusing on him. Because this season, like last season, I know that we've won a trophy. And look where we are today. Look where we are with brand new midfield. How many other teams could be where we are with a brand new midfield? I don't think many.
Transitions.
I don't think any, to be honest. So therefore, Klopp's legacy could be, I'm not saying in ruins, but it could be tarnished greatly if we finish the season and, all right, being in the Champions League, we've already qualified, but giving up meekly in the league and also the Europa Cup. That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. You know, it could be tarnished a little, but if we go on and give it all for us all, I think it'll be a fantastic finale to the end of the season. That's in my opinion, anyway. And John Conway says 4-0. 4-0. Maurice Stan says, but around LFC and avoided on here too much hype. New coach spec, Xabi, Amaron, Trent desired, Mo leaving, Lucho too, blah blah. Early on, Dom was the new Stevie after 10 games, and it's all gossip. Well, it is. I'll go along with that. I didn't. I go along with that.
That's just certain fans with their opinion, and they sort of spread them. Like for me, Gerrard is Gerrard. There will never be another Steven Gerrard. I just want Szoboszlai to play good football. I don't want to be calling him the Hungarian Steven Gerrard. You know what I mean? Who comes out with these sort of quotes, man? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I said that he heard me under my voice, and that's what being on my own. And he's only said, I didn't mean that earlier comments in a bad way, Frank. I know you didn't, TW. I know you didn't. I'm on my own because I'm so concentrated on my own thing. So that's aside. You literally made me laugh. Light relief, thank you. And Jeff Ellison. Jeff, I really need you I want Wendy to come on my show. I don't mean this, the pod. I mean me Monday show. I want to talk about her career. I really do, because I admire Wendy. She's a great singer, by the way, lads. So Jeff DM me with an email so that Jason can send her, and when she comes on, it'll be great if she's got time to come on, if she's not doing a gig anyway. Thank you so much. But I want her on. But he says Thursday's match is vital, just to show the world we can still win. We can do exactly the same to Atalanta, plus more. We need to turn up. And I think that's a great comment, because we can. Atalanta is so inferior to us, Yeah. I don't think people realise that. And this is what I mean about when I said before, they don't know how we can play. We could destroy them. And as Lee said, we beat them for 5 years ago or something in the Champions League, 5-0. And we could do it again easily. We've got Ali back.
Yeah.
So the lads have got to show commitment. And with the lads now who's just come back from injury, they've got more minutes under the belt. We've got more minutes, or they've got more minutes under the belt. So I'm not giving up. I'm like George. I'm like the rest of us. We won't give up.
The Italians think they've won it. They think they've got it won. You can tell that at the end of the game, and I don't blame them. They think they've got it won. They might get a rude shock on Thursday when they see us playing like we can play.
Exactly.
The lads will be up for it. They'll be running the socks off.
Now, Gasparini will have told them, it's not over. Make sure you go out tonight, and it's not over. It's not over. But it creep into their minds. It's just a human nature when you're 3-0 up from winning away in a tie.
You get nervous.
It's human nature. It happens in football. They'll be overconfident at times, especially if we don't score early on. And we can get at them. Defo, we can get at them and get amongst them. Get in front, and then we'll see where it goes. Because we'll see how they react. If we go in front and then we're on top of them and all over them, we'll see how they hold up to that.
Yeah, and I hope Mo Salah turns up. I hope he turns up. Puts a show.
Well, that's it. And don't forget that Ramadan's over now. He's been suffering because he's been fasting.
I think so.
Yeah.
And he's been injured as well, and he's been away in Africa.
Yeah, Exactly. So obviously it's going to affect his pace, but he's getting, and don't forget, when Mo gets the ball, he's crowded. Crowded. And with Trent back, which are made up with, don't forget Trent is one of the greatest passes of a ball in world football. World football. And I think it was a bit rusty the other day against Palace. You could see that.
You can see it,
but if he starts getting his passing right, that's
and
another
Jota as well. Jota as well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, so the rustiness is finally being blown away, hopefully. And we'll be there or thereabouts. And as Herbert Lom's brother says, Herbert Lom's brother, at least they played last night. Hopefully we start fast and pay our wages. Well, yeah, it's 48 or 72.
Yeah, exactly. They drew with Verona at home, so come on.
2-2, yeah.
Sixth in the league, aren't they? Sixth in the Italian league.
Yeah, terrible.
Well, yeah, like Anfield Roar again. George, good point. What you were talking about before. My only critique is we play sides off the pitch, which we do, and like you said, that bloody eye-line gives opponents too many chances to score.
Yeah.
If we do fail to score, spot on, George. And there's loads of points.
Away.
No, they're not points there. They're all scotches for you, George. You'd be very good. And I have a feeling we might do it, says the realist, and just start Jota and leave Darwin on the bench there.
Definitely.
That's the point. Start with you, Daryl, then Jay, Liam, sorry, then George and JK. Okay, Daryl, would you leave Darwin on the bench and put Jota in from the start?
100% Jota's going to play instead of Nunez. Definitely.
Lee.
I think Jota scored a hat-trick in Bergamo, didn't he? Didn't Jota get a hat-trick away to Atlanta? I think it was 2021, the year of the COVID, when COVID struck and we were champions.
That's right. There was no crowd.
Down here as well, didn't we? 2-0. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he got a hat-trick, Jota, in Bergamo. So,
realist Scouser says just start Jota and leave Darwin on the bench. You know, would you do that? The question is that, would you start Jota instead of Darwin?
Undoubtedly. Darwin needs leaving on the bench for at least one game. And he can come off the bench. It doesn't mean he won't get any action. Like, he'll just start on the bench. And Jota needs to start. Because Jota's one of them players, even if he's just coming back from fitness, if he gets a half-decent chance, he'll bag it, mate. He will.
Okay. What about you, George?
Yeah, I said before, right, in the beginning, that I think Nunez, I love Nunez, his energy, I love his passion, and you know, but he seems to not be learning. He's not learning. He keeps getting told to slow down, take your time, pick your spot, and he doesn't. He's just reckless. I mean, that Man United one he hit across the goal was a nightmare. You know, and I just think, you know, Jota is a clinician. He's a born striker, Jota, for me. I mean, he knows where the goal is. He's Johnny on the spot, you know. I was quite impressed. Funny enough, I didn't think I'd hear myself say this, but I was quite impressed by Gakpo against Crystal Palace in the second half when he got the ball on the left wing. He was causing problems at the end. He was the only one who was causing problems. Yeah. And even against Atalanta, you know, he was probably their best player. But, I would definitely play Jota, Diaz, and Salah up front.
Well, you know what? It's funny you're saying that because it's funny enough saying that. I don't know. I think I was talking to JK or someone. I think it was JK, and he said it's a pity that Gakpo was coming into this form when we're losing at the form. You know, and he's right.
Yeah.
Well, whoever said it to me was correct. JK.
Yeah, I think I would play Jota and Diaz, Jota and Darwin up top in the middle, and then play Salah and Diaz both sides. You know what we've got to lose? We've got to get 3 goals, bro. So let's change it up a bit. You know, drop 2 in midfield, play 4 up top, and one of the 2 can keep on dropping in midfield if needed, maybe Jota or Darwin. But play 2 up top because this is the time where we need goals. We don't really need midfielders. Maybe play the long ball, whatever, as long as we get them goals. So I feel if we want to play the long ball game, Darwin has to be that guy who flicks the balls on and stuff, you know. Play that number 9 role. Gapco's done it on a few occasions. And then if one tires out them 4, bring Gapco on, you know. So I think Thursday, Klopp has to go out of his comfort zone and pick a formation where we've got 4 attackers on the pitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Max says, Max LFC, we will do it, but I believe they were not good and we were bad. You know, they weren't good. That's Atalanta, of course. Yeah. Charlie Wood. I think Atalanta will park the bus on Thursday. I've no doubt we'll win, whether it's 4-0 or not. Sporting Lisbon, says Realist. That Sporting Lisbon centre-half is a monster and could be a good replacement for Ibu.
Yeah.
Defo Jota up front, says here, Michael. Darwin is doing me head in now. I love that Liverpool saying, do me head in.
He is definitely doing a head in. Chances he's missing.
And Herbert Long's brother, I'd love Jota to start, but can't see Klopp doing it. And Kwanzaa will have to come in for Konate. Oh, that's
not a bad shout, you know, to be honest, because Konate's been a bit all over the place.
I think he's like, I think he's just done like Enzo. I think he's injured, you know. I really think he's injured.
When is he not injured? When is he not injured? That's why I'm
Konate, Endo, and Darwin, all 3 of them, even Szoboszlai, I would say, all of them are still injured. Yeah, man, it's just weird how like they sort of rushed back in. Hence why Darwin looks like he's not played football in years, same as Endo in the last 2-3 games. Because of that, they're not foot fit, you know. We've sort of rushed them back. Hence why I said we needed a DM in January to give people like Endo a rest sometimes when needed, you know, because Endo was our best player, our most important player. And look what's happened now. In the last 2 games, he sort of disappeared. He's had a big effect on McAllister's game. He's had a big effect on the rest of the team, actually. So keeping Endo fit was really important for us. And I don't know, maybe another culture shock. He's come from Germany, same as Szoboszlai. Yeah, they've run around in their life before, but not like running around like Klopp wants them to do, you know. So they've sort of had a toil on their fitness throughout the season, them two.
You know, to be fair, you know, Kwanzaa's been playing really well, apart from that one bad pass, which admittedly probably cost us the game at Old Trafford. He's been playing well, the lad. Confident, good on the ball.
Yeah, he's good.
You know, I would play him.
Here's the thing with Ibu. I said before him in his fan club, he's got a lot as a centre-half, but what he hasn't got is fitness and being on the pitch. And that's the main thing. A bit like Thiago, he's turning out to be a waste of money. Ipso facto, get rid. Do you know what I mean? He's a crock, mate. He's a crock. He's a brilliant centre-half, but he's a crock. And I've had it up to here. I'm sick to the back teeth of his fitness woes. For a 24-year-old, at least Thiago's old and he's been around and all that, like, and he's, you know what I mean? Ibu isn't, he's a young centre-half, but he's never fit, and it's getting on me nerves lately.
And that's why yesterday he played like he'd never played football before. He was poor yesterday, Konate, for me.
He was, yeah. That first goal was a shocker.
I think Kwanzaa gives me more of a comfortable feel when he's on the ball.
I do.
Sometimes Konate started to get the ball, what Matip used to do, get the ball, start running at the opposition and take on about 2 or 3 mans. Matip started doing that. Konate slowly started doing that. And Konate hasn't done that in 2 games now, where we actually needed him to do that against Crystal Palace. We needed him to get the ball and run at them so he can open up some space for the other guys. You know, he never did it. Maybe, you know, when you get injured, you always got that at the back of your mind. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that? And that's about injuries. People don't understand sometimes the importance of how injuries affect the guy's mindset. A fit Konate would just get that ball and run at the opposition. I've seen him do it. So last 2 games hasn't done it. Why? You know.
Well, Charlie Wood.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie Wood says, I can't believe the amount of Liverpool fans saying the season's over and Klopp must go. And that's a fact, because I was watching
I've seen those sites, Frank. I've seen those sites, those comments, and I mean, all I can say is that these people are not true Liverpool fans. They're not, because look what we've achieved this year. We've had no end of injuries, shocking VAR decisions. We've got a manager who's leaving, and yet we're still fighting for the Premier League transition season. At the start of the year, if somebody said to me, we will be second in the league or third in the league, 6 games to go, 1 point or 2 points behind City, I'd have bit the hand off it. I'd have thought they were crazy. And now perspective is a wonderful thing. You've got to keep perspective. People's expectations are so high because of what we've done so far. And that's why they're so disappointed at what's happened in the last few games.
Yeah, but that doesn't account for anything now. If you know what I mean. This is why they say Klopp must go. Now, even last season, before any of this came up that he's leaving, they were wanting Klopp out. They just forget because they want. It's like going into a cafe. I know I'm giving an analogy, and you're sitting there, and you ask for a cup of tea, and the girl says, "Okay," but she's doing a loads of chips and bacon and whatever, fried chicken and whatever, and she's ages taking bringing over the tea. Yeah, there's your tea. It's a bit cold now. That love, I don't want it. It's like that. They want trophies on the table there and then.
Yeah.
This is what some fans are like. They don't take into consideration what Jurgen Klopp has done for the side. He dragged us out of the doldrums.
Yeah.
He really did. He put us on the pedestal of a top team in Europe and a top team in the Premiership. That's what he did. That's what he did. With lack of funds as well. He never had the funds when you think about it.
Yeah, last season, get on my tit on the live streams because I kept saying it every 4-10, Klopp out last season. I was like, what? What are you talking about here? Who's this? Because loads of people were saying it, Klopp out on the live streams, in the chat boxes. This was on innumerable channels, different channels. And I was like, who's this toe rag saying this? Who's this knob? You know what I mean? Is he blind or something, seeing what the man's done for us? Or anyway, you know what I mean? There you go.
I went on a pod and, I'm just sitting there listening. Sometimes I put in a comment. And one fella, there's 3 of them. I'm not mentioning the names, there's 3 of them. And one of them said, after the Palace game, that's it, the season's over. This is what he said, I'm not watching football anymore, and next season I'm taking a sabbatical. And he's on the pod every week.
Why doesn't he give his season ticket to somebody else then? Why doesn't he give his season ticket to somebody that supports the club?
He doesn't even go to the game.
Exactly.
He's just sitting in front of a camera, him with 2 other lads, and giving us all this. If we win, he's over the man. Yeah, this is great and everything else. But once we lose, and that was it. It's all over. And he's taking a sip. I wanted to hit him over the head with my 65-inch telly.
Plastic fan.
If somebody said to Shankly, the season's over, you say, you should be in jail, son. You should be in jail.
You know what you're saying that, Shanks, I'm taking the sabbatical. Oh, behave yourself, Jesus.
Last season was torturous, but, not once did I ever think last season, let's sack Klopp, let's bin him.
Yeah, exactly.
We'd be back under him, and we have been this season. Okay, it looks a little bit doubtful now for the league, but, I knew we'd come back this season and have a decent season, and we have. So there.
I mean, look how we were talking last year. With 10 games to go, and we were about 7th in the league or something, and we had Nat Phillips centre half, and the goalkeeper had to score it from a corner to get us in Europe. I mean, we were down the pan really, and look at us this year. We're right at the top.
Mm.
Well, the realist says that Pigmal needs investing a lot. Do you think he needs investigating a lot because people sacked for corruption? And that's what we're fighting. We're fighting Pigmal. We're fighting referees were fighting it against injuries. And as you
Exactly.
said, George, we're up there.
Yeah.
But it's not over. It's not over. There will be many twists and turns. Let's just...
We won the League Cup with a load of young lads.
I think it's irrefutable that we are getting screwed week in, week out by refs. We're getting some shocking yellows when the other team aren't getting yellows for really bad tackles. Like Isaiah in the Carabao Cup final. He bloody kicked Gravenberch off the pitch. He studs up, quite high up on the ankle. Gravenberch goes off, doesn't play for about 5 weeks. And he didn't get yellows. And I see some of our players getting yellows for absolutely nothing, And I can't help but say it. I think it's irrefutable that we are getting a raw deal from a lot of refs and VAR.
Yeah, that City game, never mind the Doku one. What about McAllister going down the line, put his shoulder against the Brighton guy, hardly touched him, got a yellow card. And yet, in the last minute, he got kicked in the chest.
Yeah.
Jake decisions every single time.
Yeah.
But Charlie Wood says on Saturday, and I remember that on Saturday, a player headed the ball low and we got a yellow card. And that's it. He went down to head the ball, instead of trying to kick it. And, we got a yellow card. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely. And this is the problem we have. And the Realer says Liverpool is the enemy for all other teams, but especially for United. They don't want Liverpool equaling their title. Yes. And
I'd be getting booked every week, Frank. I'd be getting booked every week. I scored that many headed goals, diving headers. I'd have been booked for that. Never mind getting a goal. Ridiculous.
Yeah. And Redbeard says, my boy has embarrassed me big time, but maybe the new manager can get the best out of him. If not, then, it depends on who comes in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And since Howard Woods was made boss, it's corruption. Always was, as a ref as well. I know that. Mark Simons. Nunez is Milan Baros Mark II. I would only play him like Origi was played in the counter-attacking style in the last 20 minutes. Danz, Jota and Diaz are our best front line. What do you think about that? Would that? I'd play Danz,
Yeah, I was thinking that, Frank. I was thinking that might be a good call, that, He's a goal scorer. He's always been a goal scorer in the under-18s. And he scored when he came on his debut twice, didn't he?
Yes.
Play him on Thursday.
That's what we're saying. I'd play him. I'll tell you for why. He's an unknown quantity.
Yeah.
And he's a good footballer besides, He's a very good footballer.
He's got no fear, has he, the lad?
No.
Remember Michael Owen when he was 17? Bloody hell.
Yeah, bloody hell, yeah. He scored 4 in his debut.
Yeah. I always remember meeting Roy. I was going to say Roy Wood then. Roy Evans in the garage in Priory Road. Your mate's place.
That's Gordon's garage, yeah.
And I said to him, "What do you think of that? What do you think of this, Michael Owen?" And he went, "I think he's only played a couple of games for us." And he even scored a penalty. Was it Sheffield Wednesday or someone away anyway? But he scored a penalty. He's a 17-year-old, playing in the big team. And he scored a penalty. Anyway, all his Roy said was, he's effing great. And I said, yeah, he is, isn't he? They were my only words I ever spoke to Roy Evans. And then, absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, Michael Owen. Michael Owen is...
he was quick.
Our fans need to stop overrating players, man. We haven't seen enough of Dan's to say he should be starting in the front three. That's real Scouser. So you see, I'd start him. I'm being...
or even take him on, put him on, at half time or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's worth it. It's worth a shout, isn't it? I mean, we got nothing to lose there, have we? By giving them a go, like George said, just give them half an hour. Then, if we don't want to start and give them half an hour at the end, bring them on 60, 65 minutes. Say, go ahead, lads, see what you can do.
Yeah, I think you've got to start with Salah, Jota, and Diaz. But I would certainly have Dan's ready to come on, definitely.
And Redbird says, our defence needs a wobble. I'm sick of seeing us going up 1-0 down when we've hardly kicked the ball. That's spot on, that.
Spot on.
And Reela says, that was Redbird, by the way. Didn't they bottle a lead in the league the other day? Yeah, they did. And ending up 2-2 at home. Yeah, that's right. But the bunker says 1-4, 4-1. Liverpool extra pen. So he's talking about penalties. We win 4-1.
Well, 3-0. We're into penalties, aren't we? 3-0 extra time.
Yeah. Atalanta is not Barca. Why should we be scared? Says Max LFC. Absolutely, Max.
It's the attitude. It's the attitude.
And as Mark Simon says, Dan's is on fire. I'd give him a go. I really would. We've been saying, haven't we? We've got nothing to lose. We've nothing to lose with this kid.
No, nothing to lose at all.
And he's an unknown quantity. He really is too.
He'll be able to impress as well, won't he? He'll be able to impress.
Oh, yeah. And he's quick. He's not half quick.
Yeah.
We're asking for pace up front that some of us have, some of our forwards have lost the pace. But we can't leave Diaz out because Diaz has pace and he can take on a man. I think Diaz has been playing well, to be honest.
Yeah, he has been playing well, Frank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, he's trouble, doesn't he? He was unlucky with that bicycle kick. Keeper was lucky to save that. He stuck his hand up.
He'll start, definitely.
Well, as the Redbird says, let's not get overconfident here, people. We may look better on paper, but Atalanta beat us 3-0. So the question is, did Liverpool bottle it? No, I wouldn't say that. We were just out of sorts.
We were just sluggish, tired, battered.
Do you know what I think, though? I think George is an ex-pro, played for Liverpool, right? Shankly signed him, so he knows the score. Do you think that the lads came out, George, on the pitch last Thursday evening, thinking we're going to steamroller these and became complacent?
No, I don't think so, Frank. I don't think so. From my experience, I think basically what professionals do, in my experience, is they want to win every game. They're playing for the place. They're playing to stay in the team. They're not going to bottle it. They're going to give 100%. But sometimes it just doesn't happen. Sometimes the other team just, out-tactically, I think they tactically beat us by man-to-man marking, didn't give us any space. And they got a bit of a luck with the first goal going in. And Nunez missed his chance, and then they scored. And it just was one of those games. I don't think they ever go out thinking they're going to really hammer teams. They go out confident, yes, confident. But it would be wrong to say players go out and think, oh, well, this is all over now. We're going to beat these. I mean, they knew they were a good side. Klopp respects their manager. He was talking about their manager as a wily old fox, as Lee said. And he knows the game. He's been in it a long time. And he outthought Klopp, I think. I didn't like Klopp's selection at the start either. I thought, leaving Salah and Diaz out, I didn't think that was right.
Okay, well, this is a very good point, this. And what it is, we call other teams bottlers. So if we don't beat Atalanta, get ready for the bottles coming our way because the rivals will love it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because one of the podcasters, when we got beat by, and you all know, one of the pods said we bottled it. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe we bottled it. Not like I hope we don't bottle by the end of the season. That's what he should have rephrased it that way, but he didn't, and he knew what he was saying. We bottled it. We didn't bottle it. We didn't bottle it this week.
We just played bad. You know, what is this bottle term? Doesn't bottle it mean when AC Milan were beating us 3-0 and then we beat them? For me, that's bottling it. You know what I mean? Where you're such in command of a game and all of a sudden you've gave it them on a plate. That is for me bottling it. You know?
Yeah, losing 1-0 isn't bottling it, is it? Really, like, you know, especially where it just isn't. Losing 1-0 isn't bottling it.
You got to think that was only our second defeat in about 20 months at Anfield.
Yeah. And we've only lost 3 all season.
Exactly. You know, so we've got high expectations to this team, quite rightly.
Well, would you agree with what the Redbird says? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me, now this is just his opinion, by the way, seems to me the players weren't that bothered against Palace. You play for Liverpool, so come on, lads, show us you want it as much as us fans do. That's a spot-on one, that. But, look.
I think in the first half, Frank, that definitely was right. The second half, I thought Liverpool went for it big time and they were very unlucky. They missed some horrendous chances.
Yeah. But, exactly. It's like I said, I don't know. I think complacency is set in. And the quicker it's knocked out of them, the better, this complacency. Because we know that they can play a million times better. A million times better. We've seen them play some intricate football and score. That's the only thing that's letting us down, is the terrible misses. And we know he's guilty of those misses. I know Jota's back, you know, he's our only natural goal scorer, finisher. He is. So if we start putting these goals away, or these chances, shall I say, it's incredible, the stats about Nunez having so many. I think he's had over 100 shots.
57, he scored 7.
Well, there you go.
He's got an 11%. He's got 11% strike rate, which is absolutely terrible
for the main striker. Yeah.
Yeah.
But is he a really striker? You know, is he a real striker, or have we just Redbird? Salah has missed Trent. Does anyone go along with that? Because don't forget, Trent used to put those unbelievable balls just over Salah's head, and he just ran onto them.
Yeah, I think he's right. I mean, they've almost Trent at his best. Trent at his best makes the team tick.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, that. That's a cracker.
The comment about Mark Simons, come on, guys, man, keep it respectful, yeah?
Why? What's he done? About Mark Simons?
Just some comment before, bro. Let's keep it cool with each other, man.
Like, Mark Simons is a good lad, you know.
Yeah, he's a good sound, top guy.
Good lad. Realist. Bradley is out for 8 weeks, isn't he? So I wouldn't start Trent straight away. I would use Gomez. Can't be losing Trent again this season. Ease him back. Would anyone agree with that, George?
No, I don't agree with that. I'm afraid, realistic, Scarcer, because we haven't got much time to ease him in. We've got 6 games left, and he's either fit or he's not fit, as far as I'm concerned. If you're on the pitch, you're fit, and if he's not fit, he shouldn't be on the pitch. If he's fit, he should be, because he's got the talent. It's up to Klopp and the medical staff to know whether he's fit or not. On Trent himself. If Trent says I'm fit, then I would play him.
Bradley's out for 3 weeks, guys.
Sorry?
Who?
Bradley's out for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it looked a bad one, didn't it?
3 weeks, not 8.
It's like the manager thing. Look, he's coming, and look, he isn't coming. And he's out for 6 weeks. No, he's out for 3 weeks.
He sounds like a gaffer, Darryl. He sounds like a gaffer, doesn't he?
I should be the manager. Come on.
You've had my backing since day one, bro. Ever since you throwing your name in the hat.
And I'll tell you what, JK, mate, you're coming with me as my assistant, bro.
Sorted, bro. Sorted.
You're the Bob Paisley of the panel.
Yeah.
Fat Paisley.
What do you think?
He was a
Use a bit,
bit-
please. What about this? What about this? If we put Nunez on the bench, we will get mocked.
Yeah.
That's what Ludovic says.
I think when you take Nunez off the pitch, our attack goes with it. The vibe, the energy, it just disappears. There's nothing there. There's no direction. At least when Darwin's playing, there's a focal point to him. You know, there's like we just know he's going to be there somewhere. But when he's off the pitch, there's no one really there, and I think we lose all sort of direction when he comes off the pitch. Even though if he's not having a great game, even
He's got to put the ball away, hasn't he? He's got to put it in
He
the
has
net.
to.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
100%.
Max LFC agrees with you there. We need Nunez's energy. Leave Diaz on the bench, but I wouldn't even leave Diaz.
No way.
No way.
And the Redbird says Darwin, left wing, Jota and Mo, right wing. That's what he said. That's a good shout.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that one.
Yeah, Darwin wasn't happy coming off, was he? He wasn't happy.
No.
That's a good thing.
Diaz is playing.
I'm rid of it. Salah needs to be benched. You can't leave Salah. You know, it's your opinion.
Yeah.
Start Nunez, Diaz, and Jota, says Ludovic. Darwin, Jota, Mo. That's what Max says. Anfield Road. I'm really pissed off with Curtis Jones. Every time he gets up to a level to lead our midfield. Injury takes him back down again. That's spot on. That's a good shout at Anfield Road. That is a very good shout. Does anyone agree with that particular comment by Anfield Road?
Yeah.
Jones, he's always half a second too slow in his rotation and his flow of the game. He sort of sorted it out in the just before he got injured. That's the best I've ever seen him play for us. You know, he was just a better player all around and stuff. And yesterday and the Palace game and the Thursday game, he was back to his old tricks, you know, coming back from injury, another one, same as Salah, Endo. We've got loads of them. That's why you're seeing that imbalance in the team now. And the energy is not so good because the players are coming in and just coming back from injury and they don't want to get hurt again. So, but I just feel Jones lost the game against Atalanta. He couldn't find his feet. He lost the ball so many times as well. He started against Palace, and I was thinking, okay, let's see Jones back to his best again, you know. And he wasn't that good, was he really?
Okay, I'll go to you, Joe.
It's a terrible miss, Curtis Jones, when he went through in a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And these chances are so vital for the Premiership, you know. They're so vital. You just got to put them in. If you keep doing that, we're not going to win the Premier League, I'll tell you now. You've got to put them in. There's far too many misses. That's the difference between us and Man City.
That was a dreadful, dreadful miss.
The lad knew himself. He pulled his shirt over his head. I mean, he felt like,
it's embarrassed, you know.
It's a pantomime.
Try to curl it in.
Salah or Jota would have scored that. Yeah, that's a Jota Salah type of goal, going through like that, and he always scores them. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to see you, George, on this. Is Gakpo worth a start? He's been good when come on and subbed it lately.
Well, it's a difficult one because I agree. He's been really good the last few games. And I kept saying to my son watching the match the other night, I said, give it to Gakpo, give it to Gakpo. He was the one guy in the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that looked to me, could open him up. You know,
and hold the ball and run through.
Yeah, and he's beating players and he seemed to be playing really well. And again, in the Atlanta game, I wasn't at the Atlanta game, but the reports I got was he was probably our best player of a bad bunch that night. Difficult to say whether he's worth a start because, you know, the guys that have got us here up front really is Salah, Nunez, and Diaz and Jota over the season. They're the four over the season that's been in position to get us where we are. So I think you've got to play three of them to start.
Yeah. Okay.
You probably commando Gakpo, I should think.
Let's go right down. We get Reynolds as well. That's nice. Down for Daz Reynolds. Yes, mate, I'm on it. Daz is with us. I didn't see you there.
That's first.
Frank, are you busy on Thursday or Friday? If not, would you like to come to mine? Preview for Sunday. Is that come on? Yeah, Daz, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing one on Thursday, but I'll come on Friday if you want, Daz. Do you go on Daz's JK?
No, I think he just started, bro.
Oh, has he? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get JK on, he can send me a link, you see.
I'll put his link up for his channel. 1 second, bro.
Don't put it. I won't be able to read them. George is laughing at me. Yeah, I'm doing a pause on Thursday. It's a post-match one, which it should be fun. You know.
It'll be great, wouldn't it?
Well, look, Stevie, why, you never walk alone. As he says, Kanate playing with an injury, and we said that, and we think Enzo is as well.
That's what Lee said, yeah.
Vila Scotia, Kanate under an Amaran system wouldn't get injured as much as he wouldn't be doing anywhere near the amount of running as he does in a Klopp system. Wow, these are good, These lads are good. They really look at the game, don't they?
Yeah.
Really look at the game. This is why these lads are smashing. And here, listen to this. You won't like this. Sell Kanate, Robbo, Semikas, Diaz, Nunez this summer. That's what Steve says. You've got a lot there. Reynolds got 7 players on double games. Where to punt, bookies offering 6-1 to win the league. That is where to punt, actually.
What's the point? Yeah.
Cowards never watched Liverpool come back. Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Dortmund, Barcelona, AC Milan.
Yeah, Steve says season isn't over. We are in a title race. This is what we've been saying all the time.
Exactly.
Of course we are.
Frank is intense, bro, says Doug Vigo.
They said Frank is intense.
And Philly Barnes says fans are so fickle, spot on. I've said that for many years, and I'm saying many years.
Nice one, Rob.
But Bonkers says Trent in midfield. I would. Would you, George?
We've got nothing to lose, have we? To be honest, if he's fit.
I don't know what Redbirds, the real Scouser is talking to Redbirds here. Everyone appreciates what he's done, but he can't take us no further, and it's the right time for him to go. I think he's talking about the Nunez. The Nunez. Yeah. So what do you think of that? I'll try and get right down to what these lads are saying because I've gone well over. Let's see. There must be loads more. I'm sorry if I'm going out here. Yeah, look, the Redbird. Wish we had a Rushy or a Fowler. We'd blow teams away, and we would.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, they were 2 goals.
Especially with the challenge. The likes of Rushy. He scored very difficult goals, didn't he? Suarez, difficult goals. Just imagine the chances that they've got.
Even Suarez, we had Suarez today.
Oh,
imagine.
Jeez. How many?
He's having his dinner.
Well, you never walk alone, Steve says. Atalanta Palace managers outfox Klopp and Linders. I don't want Linders as manager. I know there's rumours about him, but I don't follow rumours. I just don't. And this lad's good because he says, let's see, Klopp Linders have fatigue burnt the players out. They looked completely shattered on Sunday. And why Klopp? Linders playing players with injuries. That is Canete, Salah and Dom. Get the magic sponge on their ankle, Connor, lad. Yeah. Neil Broderick, good friends here, Neil. I don't believe it. We will beat Atalanta, win the league, and Alonso will be our manager next season.
It's a nice dream.
That'd be brilliant, that, wouldn't it? Imagine the gobs on all these rival fans if that happened, if we ended up bagging these other 2 trophies. It'd shut them up, wouldn't it?
And as the Max says, LFC cannot leave Salah out.
That's right, he's still a top scorer.
No, we cannot leave him out. Of course, we can't leave him out. And Murray says, cut off a game. We'll send you an email. This isn't good. Whatever she means there. We need a formation change to win our next league games. Yeah, look. He's getting us in as all here as Steve. Gapco, Nunez, Salah, Diaz in a 4-4-2 or a 4-4-1-1. Wow. And Ian McHale, Curtis needs a run of games to get that level, as the people have said. Yeah, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. And I'd start Mo, Darwin, Jota, Dans, and Ali with Darryl in goal. It's 10-0, easy peasy.
Yes, that's it. I'm on that, Redbird, bruv. Yeah.
Yeah,
Darryl in goal. Anyway, look, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna ask you to pick your back four. I'm gonna ask you to pick your back four. Okay. Unless you say the thing I would be just as nervous if we were 2 points ahead of City and Arsenal. It's tighter than a submarine's at this moment.
Great point, that.
And that's a good point, there, isn't it? Because we would. But I think where we are now, I think the nerves have left us. Because if we were 2 points ahead, we'd be thinking all kinds of permutations who were going to play. Because as some lads have said, and even JK there, Fulham is going to be a very hard game. So you could imagine us like that, the Fulham game. But if we draw or whatever, I'm just saying this, all well and good, because we know that it's like what you said before, George, about the Europa League, unlikely. So if we had that mentality and kept it until the last game of the season, we can turn around and say, but we gave it a try with a new team. That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say into the season. So, George, I'm sorry to put Ali's in goal.
Yeah.
Who's your back four? Atalanta.
Well, it depends if Trent's fit. If Trent's fit, I'd play Trent at right back. If he's not fit, I'd play Gomez. Wansa, Van Dijk and Robertson.
JK, back four only.
Yeah, exactly the same as George's.
Okay, so Kwanzaa's coming in.
Yeah,
because he's played wonderfully well all season. He's confident. He's great. One bad pass. I mean, anybody could do that. I'm not going to hold that against him. But he's more comfortable on the ball than Canate.
No, I'm not disagreeing with any of you, honestly. With you and JK. Lee, who's your back four?
Trent, Canate, Van Dijk and Robbo.
Okay. Darryl, who's your back four?
Gomez, Quansah, Van Dijk, Robertson.
So there's Gomez coming to the equation. And
There's a twist in my team.
No.
Gomez against Atalanta was done. He was done. He was huffing and puffing in that second half. And I said, that brother needs a rest. So I was so happy. Yeah, I was happy not to see him against Palace, even though we did lose. But I just feel maybe he needs a rest as well. So maybe just give Trent game time. It's an opportunity to do so. And maybe that will give him a little bit of a kick he needs to start fast in the game, like straight away go for it, knowing that's what we have to do. It might be a good little ignition key for Trent. That's why I would play Trent. Yeah.
Well, Josh Reynolds says he's got to go strong, Frank. And his team is right: Alisson, Trent, Ibu, Virgil, Robbo, Maka, Dom, Harvey, Salah, Jota, Diaz. That's a very strong side as well, Yeah. And my old mate David Wester, I've seen it for yonks. Just stop going behind in games. Wake up earlier.
Yeah.
Yep. Simple as.
Now, David used to be, believe it or not, Kenny's right-hand man up at the academy. Remember when he first came back, Kenny? And he went up to the academy. David was his right-hand man.
Brilliant.
Friend of mine, actually. He's a good friend.
Nice to meet him.
For yonks. The whole family are, to be honest.
What do you think of this, George and Frank and the guys, that when we take the lead, what happens is their defense sort of pushes up. That gives Darwin more space to run into. As soon as the opposition takes the lead, they sort of sit back and Darwin's got no room to maneuver because Darwin's not that go in between the guys sort of centre forward. Darwin needs space to exploit to look good, hence why it's so important to get the first goal, in every game from now on.
Yeah, I agree with that, JK, because when we score first, inevitably the other team has to come at us. They've got to come at us. And we've got pace with people like Darwin and Mo and Diaz, and most of our goals come from that sort of break. Even at United, we had about 5-1 at one stage. Okay, we didn't score. But yeah, you're absolutely right there. The problem is we keep giving away these early goals, and then the other teams know how to play us. They just get back and park the bus, and it gets more frustrating as it goes on. We need to score first, and if we do, I think we could get the breaks and beat Atlanta if we can get the first goal. Oh, certainly Fulham.
Fulham. Yeah.
Well, Steve says we got to do a few of these. City. Arsenal will drop points, but I think Klopp Linders will drop more points if they keep playing 4-3-3. That's what he says.
They're never gonna change that.
Max says would not want Gomez for this game. Need creativity, not Gomez shooting. Need Trent shooting. And this lad I've never seen before. Dean OLFC. All right, Frank, lads, big week for the Reds. I fancy us to do the most Liverpool thing ever and come back against Atalanta, setting us up for the final 6 games. Up the Reds.
Good comment.
That's a very good. It is, isn't it? It's a cracker thing, that. Trent, Quansah, BVD, Robertson. Right, I'm going to you, JK. Who's your midfield?
I would go McAllister, Szoboszlai, Jones. Yeah.
Okay, McAllister, Szoboszlai, Jones. There you go, George. Your midfield.
Well, I think it's probably right to leave Endo out for this game because he might need a bit of a rest. He looks a bit, bit wasted the other night, I thought, and he's worked so hard since he's been in his team. He's never stopped running. So, I think that's probably what I'd go along with. I mean, I like Harvey Elliott, but as you keep saying, Frank, he's probably more coming off the bench. And it's a shame because he's got that reputation now, which nobody wants, like to be a super sub, like Fairclough was. people want to start games, and he deserves a start for what he's done. But I think I'd probably go along with JK, and that would be my three, what he just said: McAllister, Szoboszlai, and Jones.
Okay. Someone's playing around with me little...
Jones needs to shape up.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
I can't. Can I get my thing down? Yeah. Neil Broderick, Nunez left or right, Mo in the middle. That's what he says. Enzo, Maka, Curtis, Lee. Who was your midfield be?
Same as Max. I'm going to go with Endo and Maka and Curtis. I'm going to leave Dom on the bench to come on. I'm just hoping that Endo is fit and ready for this one, because people are saying he didn't look fit for the last games. Well, I'm going to take a chance on him and hope that he's fit and right for Thursday. And if he is fit and right, then he should be in the team, because we need to keep a clean sheet. That's what people are forgetting, I think. We need to keep a clean sheet and not let them score first. So if we're going to do that, I'd like to see Canate and Endo, and just hope that they're both ready for the match.
Well, listen, I've only asked you to pick your. You've already picked your back four. So who's your midfield?
So as I said, what Max says: Endo, Maka, Jones.
Well, that's
Endo.
all I need. That's all I need you to say. Because you know I'm deaf, don't you? I'm deaf. A lip read, you see. I don't know what the other fella said. Dino LFC, Maka, Dom, Jones. And Steve, you never walk alone. When does Virgil, Maka, Enzo get a rest?
When the season's over.
That's a fantastic comment. That is. I'm not being funny. Max seems McAllister. He's got to be there because he's our only creative midfielder, isn't he? Really.
Yeah. And
now he'll be playing as a DM because Endo shouldn't be playing. So who's your midfield, Darryl?
My midfielders, well, we've got to go for this. Mine is McAllister, Trent, Szoboszlai.
Wow, Trent. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Trent.
People are saying we've got to go for it. Well, we can't go for it if McAllister isn't in the 8. We just can't, because he's our creative midfielder, our best creative midfielder. He's been creative, slipping little balls in, so we can't, quote unquote, go for it if he's in the fucking 6. Wake up,
I think I understand that, but some people think Cole could be better at a number 6.
Endo's injured. Endo ain't playing.
Right, Bashetic then?
No, he hasn't played for No, you can't. Come on.
Got to go for it, Lee.
They're a physical side, you know. They're a big strong lads.
Away from home.
They're big, strong lads, those Italians, and he hasn't played any games. He'd be absolutely knackered after 20 minutes. We can't afford to play Batatic. We really can't. So we've got to pick our best midfield. We've got to have a number 6.
Yeah.
And as you said, which quite right, if you put McAllister at number 6, he's going to be our creative stuff.
No one else is in form in midfield. That's why.
Only Trent to be in midfield.
Trent and Sobbo. That's what I've said.
Midfield, he would be the creative one in midfield.
Was anyone play 4-4-2? Does anyone play 4-4-2?
I'd play 4-2-4.
4-4-2.
Okay.
I'd play 4-2-4, bro. I'd go Jota and Darwin in the middle, Diaz left, Salah right, and say Trent and McAllister in the midfield.
And don't forget, we can't afford to lose a goal.
No.
4-4-2.
Okay, I think Let's see. Nobody from the first 11 gets a rest anymore. It's only 8 games, says Max.
Yep.
You know, it's funny, Frank. They talk about a rest. You know, I know the game's different now. It's faster and all the rest. But when I played, there was no substitutes. They didn't get a rest anytime. They played Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, won the league. These guys are 21-year-old athletes, 24, 25, in the peak of condition. 6 games to go. 6 games to go after this to the end of the season. Why do they need a rest?
No,
Exactly.
I totally agree with you.
It's the mental side, you know, all the social media posts they got to make and everything, George. It's getting a bit too much for the players. They can't concentrate on their on-field antics because they've got to post for Instagram and stuff.
I understand if they're injured, if they've been injured, yeah. But if you're fit, get on the pitch and play.
Play your game, yeah. We've got a league to win, you know. But all in all, like Virgil, for example, Virgil hasn't been great the last 2 games, but for Virgil, for me, probably our player of the season. This season, he's been great, Virgil. Just the last 2 games, not so good. And I don't really want to see fans sort of jumping on his back, you know. The guy has kept us in shape sort of majority of the season, you know. He's the captain as well, so he's got that burdens on his shoulders as well. So I just feel that maybe Virgil needs to take a few days off training, just chill out, concentrate on nothing, just like really relax and stuff. I hope they're not doing vigorous work this week on the training pitch, where Klopp's just taking time out to sort out the current situation, more watching videos, maybe tactics, this, that, and the other, you know.
The thing with Virgil, though, he's not one of these players that runs around like a jackrabbit. He's very measured. He stops the ball, takes his time, passes it, hits a long ball. So he's not expending huge energy like the midfield players going up and down the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Herbert Lom's brother, he goes, this might be a little controversial. Maka, Szoboszlai, this is the midfield, and Gomez as a DM. He only says could be an option. You know, so could it be an option? Dean OLFC, most importantly, is the need for a settled back four.
Yeah.
A settled
Stop losing
back.
early goals.
Yeah, that's the one that gets on my tick, constantly changing the back four when we don't have to. It's getting right on me nipples, like.
And the Max says, Enzo's not on the injured list. Nobody looks injured. I've seen him limping. I actually seen him limping.
He struggled on Sunday.
It was against the Atalanta last Thursday. I seen him. He was limping. And I'm saying he's limping there. And you know, at the end of the game, this is. And then he played against Crystal Palace. Steve says, going for it against Atalanta will end in tears. Our best players will get injured.
You got to go for it.
Pessimism.
Thing is, if Klopp, if Klopp don't go for it, fans are going to moan. And if he does go for it with a strong team, fans are going to moan. So what can you do, you know?
Yeah, he can't win either way, Jay. You're right there, mate. Spot
you know
on.
what I mean, bro? It's just too much, man. Look, for me, we can win that game. Of course we can with the players we've got. So go for it. It's a semi-final. Come on. It's a quarter-final.
If you don't go for it, what you're doing is an alternative, throwing the towel in.
Yep.
You've got to go for it.
That's what that looks like. Yep.
No, you've got to go for it. You've got to. Every game, you know, every game is pivotal for everything Liverpool do. And I mean, everything.
As I said,
Ludovic M says, Edwards made Klopp look good. Now, this is Edwards. Mane, Salah, Firmino. Many Edwards signings. Klopp has poor talent. ID.
I don't agree with that.
No.
He's got good trainer ID. You know what I mean?
Even though Edwards signed them, who identified them? Was it Klopp who said he wanted them and then Edwards signed them? Or does Edwards pick them when Edwards is there?
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah.
thing? I don't know how it works. Does the sporting director pick the players, or does he just?
Klopp has identified players.
Yeah.
He really has identified players.
At the end of the day, Frank, Edwards may have got it right the first time. It doesn't mean he's going to get it right the second time.
But Brendan Rodgers bought
Well, it's Klopp that's created the spirit in the club. It's Klopp that's created the mentality to win games and made better players out of players who came.
Yeah.
And so we said about Guardiola, if Klopp had Guardiola's money and he was managing Man City, he'd be doing exactly what Guardiola's doing.
Yeah.
Exactly. And as I said about the investments on the pitch, I love the analogy of what JK said. There's Man City and Chelsea, they're buying all these players for millions upon millions. And we go down the pub and buy Robertson for 8 million.
Yeah.
I think that's a great analogy.
And over 30.
Because
City spent more on 2 fullbacks in one summer, which was Mendy and Walker, than Salah, Mane and Firmino cost in total. So them 3, our front 3, cost less than them 2 fullbacks. Walker worked out well, but Mendy didn't, did he?
Man United paid 90 million for that Brazilian lad, Anthony.
Yeah. He pays 18 million for
Why was dearer than VVD?
50 million for Mason Mount. That's all he played.
Yeah. 18 million.
These players to Klopp.
What did Chelsea pay for Caicedo? Chelsea paid 100 for Caicedo. 140 million.
80 million. 80 million for Harry Maguire.
But if you give Klopp Anthony
in a friendly game.
If you give Anthony to Klopp, Anthony would have been top player for Klopp, I believe. And Caicedo, they both would have done the job for Klopp. Why? Because he's a top manager, and that's what I mean about directors signing players and stuff. Yeah, that's cool, no problem. But the guy at the top. Klopp, for example, he's the guy who's got to get the best out of them guys.
Exactly.
Well, as Max says, because he's one of us, George, he's one of us, Max says. Let's see what Steve says first. He says we'll get our arses spanked if we're going to play 4-2-4 with a Lancet playing 3-2-4-1. Max says he's one of us, George. Back in the 70s and 80s, we played with our first 11 till they get injured every game. Subs were there when injuries happened. More fluency and gels football. Football nowadays, too many changes.
Correct, I agree 100%.
Changing in the last few weeks. Been chopping and changing when we've not needed to, and it's annoyed me.
You need a consistent team. Consistency breeds success.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget, back in the 70s and the early part of the 80s, we were playing on mud.
Yeah, exactly. And the 60s.
And the same 11. You've only got to look, which is now a statue of Bob carrying Emily Hughes off the pitch.
Yeah, covered in mud.
And blood. All
blood
the blood
down
out of his knee.
Yeah.
And he went back on.
Sometimes Tommy Lawrence came off the pitch, you couldn't see him. He's invisible. That much mud on him. He's a creature from the Black Lagoon.
Jerry Baird, FA Cup final, breaks his collarbone and plays on. Breaks his collarbone. How early in the FA Cup final was it, George?
Yeah, and he laid on the winning goal.
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes.
And laid on the winning goal. I was that big, when I was watching that. And I went like that. What's wrong with Jerry Baird? Because he was running like that, wasn't he? And he had his arms out. He couldn't raise his left. Was it his left? He had his left arm. He couldn't raise it.
Yeah.
Mate, that's painful.
Broken collarbone in the first 8 minutes, I think.
I think Bob came back to Shankly and said, "I think he's broke it, boss. I think he's broke it." And Shankly says, "Don't tell him; they won't notice."
And he played extra time as well, didn't he? He played.
He did.
He had 90 minutes, then 30 minutes extra time as well.
Yeah, we all know how bad a collarbone break is. Look what happened to Simicast 3 months out.
Yeah. And that goes unnoticed what George has just said, that he crossed the ball for Roger Hunt to
he did.
the editing.
I don't want to say kind about modern men because I'm a modern man and my pain threshold ain't that great. But they are a bunch of Jessies, aren't they, compared to the men of the past, modern men? Come on. There's no getting away from it, is there? In terms of the team, they're all like, "Whoa, I broke my toe."
They play on bowling greens. Play on bowling greens with slippers.
Lee's definitely a modern man.
Does anyone want to come in with this? Right, just go. Well, Gino just says, just go and win the game and see what happens. Absolutely agree with that.
Exactly.
And, Steve, why you never walk alone? Right, so Edwards and his team signed the players for Klopp's system.
That's why we're top of the league.
Since Edwards left, Klopp, Lindsay's signings have been poor.
But top of the league. Well, we were last week. We're second now. Can't be that bad.
We don't sign players, bro. Really, George. Like, realistically,
McAllister's been brilliant.
Yeah, McAllister has. I wouldn't say Szoboszlai has, and Endo has been brilliant as well. So 2 out of the 3, not bad. And considering how many players left and how much wages we saved, the owner didn't give Klopp. We needed another 2 midfielders, another DM, and just another runner, maybe. You know, that's what we needed this summer, and we didn't get that. Yeah.
Well, that's why I wanted Andre, as you know, JK.
Yeah.
I wanted him last winter.
Has anyone bought him, or is he still there?
This winter.
Still there.
He's still waiting for us, bro. He's waiting for our phone call. We still haven't called him.
Amarin, or whoever it is, comes in and straight away he goes, "I'm having him." Because what we've got already doesn't need much tweaking with a new manager, I don't think. A new manager will have new ideas and a new way of playing, probably. And what we've got doesn't need a whole lot of tweaking, I think. We just need a couple of really good signings, and we'd be in good shape.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Just missing chances.
We need investments, and I think that's what that lad has forgot to mention. You know, Edwards and his team signed the players for Klopp's system. Since Edwards left, Klopp, Lindsay's signings have been poor. They've been going after top rate, the likes of Bellingham, for example, Shumani, for example, and they wouldn't. The owners wouldn't give them the money.
Wouldn't give them the money. Yeah, that's true.
So you've got to bring that in, Steve. You can't just play. And I'm not talking about Lindsay's, but I don't like Lindsay. And I know that it was his signings, his say-so to sign Nunez and Gakpo.
This is why Frank, George, Co. This is why we're going for Ruben Amorim. The fans need to understand this. We're going for Ruben Amorim because the guy works on a budget and is perfect for FSG. And with Ruben Amorim, you'll see a lot of youth team players coming through as well, the system, even more. So,
my youth team players coming through the system, but we have to get a checkbook out next year.
Yeah.
We've got to get the checkbook out and sign some players to compete with Man City and Arsenal. You're not going to compete if you don't sign the best players.
Yeah, definitely.
And the realist says PSG smashed Barcelona 4-1.
They did have 10 men.
You had 10 men.
Barcelona had 10 men. Yeah.
Dortmund beat Madrid as well.
I was a players 11.
So who's through then? We'll say the second leg.
Dortmund and PSG are through.
Yeah. Brandt scored for Dortmund in the Champions League. The guy who should have come instead of Salah.
Yeah.
Too many shopping and change and losing matches. Too many chopping and changing loses matches, fitness and knowledge with players' movements. I think that's a very good point.
Good point.
True.
And this is why we've got to give the lads coming back just a little bit more extra time. And if we can overcome Atalanta, if we can overcome them, I think it'll be absolutely amazing. I really do.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm not
amazing.
losing everything on. I'm not losing any optimism. And I love the way George. I think he killed it by saying, seems unlikely. But I think that's a great terminology to use in the thing that we're looking for. In 48 hours, we'll most probably be sitting here going, either one or two things. We great.
Yeah.
But let's be the springboard. Or we had hard luck. At least we played better than we did last week at Anfield. And that's the only two things that I'm going to say on that matter, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
They're just the headlines, aren't they, really? So it's either or for us. It's either or.
Sorry to jump in. I can't help laughing at that name, Herbert Woodbine. What was it? Was he chief of smoking filterless ciggies, was he, or something, Herbert Woodbine?
No, Herbert Woodvine. Herbert Woodvine was my club was his right hand man when he was last at Liverpool, and he's coming in to be assistant chief executive for Hughes.
Never heard of him, but I do remember Woodbine ciggies that had no filter.
Yeah.
I've got to answer this.
Siggy, then.
Hang on, I've got to answer this. And it's only what Steve's saying, which is fair enough. Nunez, Gakpo, Diaz, Gravenberg cost over 150 million plus. Klopp, Linders made the right signings, or could have purchased better players. Now, how many players is there? There's 4 players there. The players that was wanted by Klopp cost 100 million each. One cost 100 million and the other was 80 million. So that's 2 players, but they weren't given the money. So you've got to bring that, Steve, into the equation, I'm afraid.
he can only work with what he's been given, can he?
Yeah. And that's the way he's worked, so he's worked with not monopoly money, but he's worked
and
with
Diaz, and the contract they gave Diaz was he takes 25 grand home after tax. So
yeah,
they're going to go for him. You know what I mean? He ain't a bad player, don't get me wrong, but better players cost more wages, more money. It's the way it is. But he was
Pep Guardiola with Klopp's budget wouldn't be doing an awful lot. Well, in fact, he wouldn't have took the job, would he? He only took the City job because he knew he'd have unlimited funds for players.
He's always had unlimited funds wherever he's been.
Always had unlimited funds, and he could always get his first choice players. And therein lies the difference between Pep Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp.
Big difference. It's a chasm. It's a chasm of a difference.
Yeah.
Barcelona had money when Guardiola was in charge, and do you know what I mean? So
he's got the best of the best. He's always at the best of the best financial things. Every club, Munich, Man City, and stuff.
You've got to remember as well, they've cheated. They've cheated to this championship. They've cheated. 115 charges. I mean, they've cheated for every trophy they've won. The money they've spent, where it's come from, how it's been spent. They've bent all the rules, and they're getting away with it.
Grealish cost 100 million. Grealish, you know what I mean? Just Grealish cost 100 million. Madness.
Well, that's what I mean about we have to answer the questions or the comments, and at the best we can. Douglas James, we need to force FSG out where F without them in charge. 5 managers. Same bull, FSG out forever, and he just comes out and says it. The lad, he just comes out and says it. Hang on. In 48 hours, I'll say, I told you so. Seen it before. Atalanta going to get a thumping, says Max.
I agree.
Good man.
Max,
That's what I like to
is
hear.
one of the lads. He's one of the...
I'm not going to predict any future Liverpool games. Is the best way. Ever since I started predicting this is going to happen, we're going to do this, that, and the other. We don't end up doing nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm going to sleep. I'm going to just go the old school way and say nothing better.
Well, TW says this Hammer and Edwards talk gets on my wick, Frank. My only concern is finishing this season on the up. Then we will see next season how Edwards' saviour gets on.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm taking the job.
I'm gonna ask you individually, and I'm gonna start with you, Darryl.
Yeah.
Who'd you rather have at the club, Klopp or Edwards?
Klopp.
Lee.
Klopp.
JK.
Klopp.
George.
Klopp every time. The manager's the man for me. That's what makes a team tick. Always has been, always will be. Shankly used to say, Holy Trinity. The manager, the players, the directors are only there to sign the checks.
It's the man with the beautiful dreadlocks.
Bless
It's 12th man. It's Cinderella.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Nearly midnight.
Yeah. Rapunzel.
He says, was any of you lads bet £100 of your own money on beating Atalanta 4-0? I won't.
never bet on Liverpool.
I won't, but I don't gamble. No, you might think that's a cop out.
I haven't even got £100 at the moment. You haven't, mate?
You can't bet on Liverpool. It's against the law, you know what I mean?
No, I would. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, and I had £100, I'd give it a go. If like I had, a few hundred spare, yeah, why not?
I'll lend you a tenner to buy some Woodbine.
Nah.
It would depend on the odds, wouldn't it?
What's your predictions then? 12th?
For the I do have us coming. I do want to see us come back. Obviously, I think we all want to see it happen. But if you're a Red, I mean, you have to believe. I mean, it's almost like ingrained in us to believe that there's always a chance. The never give up shirt. I was just looking back on Mo Salah wearing the never give up shirt, and we've been under. Yeah. We've been plotted against tougher competition and with less talent as well being on the pitch, not being the general consensus of who we'd like to see on the pitch. And yet we still gotten results in the past. Why not now? So that's how I look at it. So would
you go full strength?
Absolutely. Yep. I think we need to go full strength all year as much and just incorporate players into positions where I get it. These youth academy players have played well. Some of these squad players, fringe players, whatever you want to conceptualize them as, have all played well, and some of them have played exceptionally well to the point where they even play better than your average, your ideal starter. But I still say, hey, put in the starters that are supposed to play, supposed to get. This is what they get paid for. Is these opportunities and these moments. And I say, make do with what we got and make it happen.
Yeah. Who are you playing in defense then, bro?
In defense, in the back line?
Mm-hmm.
I still would go with Konate. I still would go with VVD. I mean, VVD is a guarantee. I would go with Trent at the right back, and I would go with Robbo at the left back.
Mm-hmm. Same as me, nice one.
Apart from Kwanzaa.
I'll go Kwanzaa instead. Yeah.
You go Kwanzaa, yeah. I understand that.
Midfield.
You go Kwanzaa, George?
I'm getting pushed. Yeah. Getting thrown into the fire. Okay.
We've all done ours.
I got you. Playing catch up.
Midfield then, bro.
My midfield would be this. My midfield would be Endo, McAllister, and I would still go with Curtis Jones as my midfield.
Okay.
Same as me again. Same defense, same midfield. Great minds think alike.
I think Curtis. I think I'm going with the Scousers because I know that they understand what this means. I know that they understand that it means more, And I know that he's gotten I know Trent's got criticism for saying that statement, but I understand what he means by it, in the sense of like, as in you grow up in that environment and you understand what it means to your community, you understand what it means to this team, you understand what it means to just the city in general. So I mean, you're gonna give that extra effort a little bit more so than other players that are just learning that concept. So that's why I would go with that.
Remember Salah's
three, I guess. My front three would be Salah.
Thanks very much.
Nunez.
He's not gone there yet.
We ain't got there yet, bro.
and Diaz.
Okay. Salah, Nunez.
Salah, Diego. Salah, Diego, and Diaz.
Those three words sum Liverpool Football Club up. Never give up. That sums our club up.
Yes.
Never give up. From Shankly right through to today. And that's the motto.
Mentality monsters, boys. Mentality monsters.
Yeah.
I've been told not to say this song, but I believe in I'm conceptualizing the "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey. That's in my head right now.
Oh, bro,
Don't stop believing. That's what it.
Just
that's
a small town girl.
Go on, Darryl. Go on.
Steve says FSG stopped Klopp into building a football dynasty. If FSG backed them, we could have won 3 titles, 3 Champions League by now, and a quad.
I don't disagree with that.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
This is why I've been screaming. I was screaming out 2 seasons ago for midfielders. I was screaming out for them. I really was. So I seen it, but there was no signs. I always remember the owners say it, and they blame COVID. Yet there was other teams, like the likes of Brentford and places like that, for teams like that buying. Stoke, they were buying. And COVID, was rife throughout the country. COVID.
Yeah.
Stoke. And we couldn't buy anyone. Pathetic. Yeah, it's a big thing. Salah hat-trick. Jota Gakpo simple, says Collins.
You'll do me?
I think I am right in saying that Jota did get a hat-trick in Bergamo in 2020, 2021. When we were
he did, bro. He did.
Yeah.
I think he did. Yeah, he played well in that game. Yeah, he did.
Funny game. Anything could happen.
Perfect game for him to start, I think, to get back into playing again. I think him and maybe Trent could start just to give him a bit of a little something to go for. With 3-0 down, so straight away they know what the score is. They can go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Mari Stan says 12th man. If we are going to score 4 or more, then midfield must be Maka, Dom, and Curtis. But say good night as we got cut off twice already. Not good, Frank. I don't know. Does anyone get cut off?
I agree with
sorry,
the concept.
no, let me. I don't like this sort of nonsense coming at me. Not good, Frank. Adios. Mary, don't come on again.
The internet's gone down.
No. Let me finish. Because look, I remember when I said I have to go down to get all the latest ones, and I went right down from there. These are the latest ones.
You're saying you cut off. I don't understand that.
Listen, do me a favor. Mary, don't come on again, okay? Because you're having a go at my people here. My people. So don't come on again. And if you do, you're not just going to get mentioned I've given you enough chances. And I know where Chris sticks. I know Chris well from a few years ago, where he gave us problems. So behave yourself.
Bro, Darryl has to go, bro.
Sorry?
Darryl has to go.
Has he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got to go. I'm starting my new job tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I've got to be up. So.
Base. I'll be starting a new job hopefully soon if I can bloody
get one. Blimey, all right. It's another job centre.
I'm not starting a new job, Frank. I'm retired.
Oh, blimey. I'm not going to argue it with Mary Stan. He's having a go at us all here.
No, I said I'm not starting a new job. I'm not starting a new job, Frank. I'm retired.
We're all right there.
I've been retired for 20 years. I've been retired longer than some people have been born.
Oh, shoot. You know, Gino Sullivan, no, Steve, a club with 115 charges stopped Klopp and Edwards building a dynasty. We could have had 2 more league titles. I've said that myself, by the way. Record points, total for runner-up. We were cheated. I'd rather be run as we are.
Yeah, Klopp's done fantastic to keep up with them Cowboys.
Yeah, but you've got to invest in the team.
You got it.
You have to invest in the team, not be buying bleeding yachts. Not buying yachts and investing in ice hockey things. I don't know what they do over there in America.
Yeah, but Frank, what I'm saying is how well Klopp's done, how as a manager, how well he's done to compete with City under these circumstances.
Exactly.
In many ways, he's well to take one league, didn't he? Why, Pep's been there with all the dough. Like, he's done well to take one league and a Champions League margins. In many ways. And don't forget, we knocked City out the Champions League, didn't we?
That's why we've gave Klopp 9 years. If Klopp was spending 300 million every sort of 2 years or something, then we wouldn't really be backing Klopp, because we know the sort of environment Klopp has to work under, buying players for 30 odd million and paying them 25 grand a week. It's going to be hard for him to get world-class players in. So for me, we've always had that sort of patience with Klopp, because we know how he works,
Yeah.
I don't believe this. I really don't. But anyway, I might as well start with the 12th. Who's your front three? Have you give your midfield, by the way, yet?
I did give my midfield, yeah. I did give my midfield.
Frank, you give you the front three.
Well, hang on.
The front three.
I've been doing things. I haven't
taking care of business. I got you.
I can
repeat it. It's no problem. I actually no worries. My front three, Frank, would be would be Salah. It would be Diaz on the left, and I would go with Diego in the middle. Actually, I'd like to. I was addressing some of the questions in the chat too. I would like to have Nunez this time as a spark plug off the bench, possibly to get at a team possibly that is a tired team. Hopefully that we've run them through the ringer a little bit, and them having to all of a sudden have to figure out how to defend against us. And I would also wouldn't mind, the likes of a Dan's as well on the bench as well. But I think that Cody has been really picking up his game as of late, but I still wouldn't mind having him as an option to figure out. We can play him on the left, we can play him on the right. I just like having the options available to me. So, and I think
you still never answered me because Lee jumped in.
Go ahead.
Right. Who's your midfield? I never heard.
Oh, you never heard me say my midfield. I got you. I would go with my midfield was Maka, Endo, and Curtis Jones.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's the majority of people saying about Jones being in that midfield. The majority.
Yeah, I still play the cards.
And the likes of Endo out simply because the lad's injured. He certainly is injured.
Yeah.
And Steve says, there's Steve. Yeah, let's see what Dino says. Diaz, Jota, Salah, Nunez has looked like he's running empty lately. Let him come on and cause mayhem if required. Now he picks Diaz and Jota and Salah and Nunez, running on empty, and he does. He seems to. But that's a good point, and let him come on late. I think he will. I think he will come on and sub or bloody well start, to be honest. Right, now here's something. Yeah, let me see. And it's had Klopp been backed like Pep, Klopp would be doing the 4 Pete, not Pep.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely spot on. Now we've got to answer this by Steve, all of us. Lads, how much personal investment have FSG made into the squad the last 14 years? You've got to take into consideration, Steve, the players we sold. The players we sold for that investment. Think about it. So, I haven't got my little thing with me, to be honest. So what do you think of that, how much is... I think he's a big FSG fan, to be honest. But all I'm saying, Steve, is this. If FSG would have made more investment, never mind buying yachts, never mind investing in ice hockey teams and golf, think about it. And I'm talking millions. And giving 31 to 32 million to a fella that we don't even know, who wears a nice t-shirt with "You Never Walk Alone" on, holding a basketball, LeBron James. Why are we giving him 32 million pounds, not dollars, a year? I can hold a ball for nothing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the way people... I just want investment. And don't forget, AXA, with our training facilities, they sponsor it. And we pay everything for the new stand, or the 2 new stands. Wait, you know what? You go to the game, little fellas who walk along the game and sit down and look at the game and shout at referees and VAR and everything else. We pay for that, not FSG. We. So don't be going on about, certain things. Please. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just putting you right. I'll try to put you right. Hey, our Neil Broderick, net spends on average around 30 million. Does that answer you, Steve? There you go, mate. So Steve will come out with it there. Right, Dean says, we spend what we earn. We run sustainably and don't have to worry about PSR like and others. The ground's expansion will mean more revenues for... Oh, come on. Transfers, are you having a laugh?
Look, to be fair to John W. Henry, it did cost him a few bob to have my turd taken out of his swimming pool.
Jesus. I'm fine with that.
At the end of the day, what it is, Frank,
fine.
everyone's got their opinion on the owners and that. It's up to you how you go, but for me, everyone should realise the facts and look at it as in the bigger picture, being after we won the Champions League, they gave us that guy from Holland as a defender and Adriana as a goalkeeper. We were expecting big things. We fans couldn't wait for that day. Us fans couldn't wait for that summer. We thought this summer it is on. There you go. Yeah. That's all it is. That's all it is.
And they sold Suarez, didn't they? And they gave us Ricky Lambert.
Yo.
And they paid it. And Mario Balotelli. Hey, Mario, come on, star.
We were talking about him today, 12. About Mario.
I like Mario, so it's all good.
Yeah,
not for us, though.
Like Douglas James, he says, I can't blame Manchester City for winning everything, though cheating when we was on top, and FSG did nothing to strengthen due to their model and handicapped us. Well, you know, and in fairness, Frank, FSG do spend on Lynn. Oh, come on.
Norm.
According to the highly reputable football finances blog Swiss Ramble, Fenway Sports Group have invested just 136 million into Liverpool Football Club since their takeover in 2010. Between 2017 and 21, 37 million was in fact extracted from the club to help repay a loan sanctioned to build a new main stand. And that's what it's all about. Not the owners didn't come into this, by the way. People do come in, and you know, so we know.
These owners, Frank, gave us $500,000. So how can we back these owners? To all these people in the comments, $500,000.
I suppose it was better than half a Mars bar.
I thought you said $500,000. $500,000.
Oh yeah, I forgot about it. But we only paid how much? 5 million was it? 4 to 5 million for the loan.
£5 voucher for Sainsbury's, bro.
13 minutes of high quality, didn't he? That's what he played for Liverpool Football Club. 13 minutes.
Just do one, Mari.
Mari Stanhope, put it up. Sorry, lads, must go because we keep getting cut off. Sent you an email, Frank, with our comments. Just for the record. Good night.
Come on, man. Come on, support the team. Get on with it.
Somebody keeps banging on a door or a window out in our street. I've been looking out the window to see where it's coming from. It's dead bloody loud.
Hey, Frank, is there any good owners in the Premier League?
Any good ones?
Good question.
Who's a good one?
I don't.
Tell me who's a good one. And if FSG go, who are we going to get in their place? Has anybody got any suggestions?
Well, the thing is, you see, and I must say this, I really must. When we were getting sold in the first place, now David Moores, he was selling to Sheikh Makatoum, everybody, and I mean everybody. And these are the double standards. This is the hypocrisy of some fans. They were doing cartwheels and everything when Sheikh Makatoum was buying the club. Sheikh Makatoum, DIT conglomerate, they were buying the club. And the unfortunate thing was that he didn't buy it simply because David Moores threw his dummy out the pram. Tommy Smith told me this. And he says, you know, he threw his dummy out the pram because he wasn't invited over to the Sheikh's Palace only. Parry was. And he said, what about the chairman? This is Parry to the Sheikh Makatoum or his advisors. What about, well, we only need you. You don't need you, Mr. Chairman. Because now he's defunct. And so he told him defunct. And he said, oh, am I? And then went on to bring in Gillette. And Gillette said, can I bring in a partner? He said, bring in whoever you like it. And he got a fax because Ricky said, not Rick, Moores said, David Moores said, send me a fax, offered me 5 million. How much was it? I don't know, like 50 million or something, or 5 million over the odds of what being offered by DIC. So he said, okay, sent him a fax, and that was it. And they never even told DIC. And how DIC got to know, because they were flying over to John Lennon International Airport. You know, it's here in Liverpool, John Lennon International Airport, just for people you don't fucking know. And they were flying over on the Sunday. And do you know how they found out? Ticket tape like that with Sky Sports. Hicks and Gillette have bought Liverpool Football Club. So don't get me started on that and about the hypocrisy of people, fans saying about, these people from Saudi Arabia or any country, including Oman or Qatar or anything like that. Don't get me started, because you were doing backward flips and cartwheels and everything else when DIC wanted to buy us. So don't change the narrative. Not on me anyway. Don't change the narrative. And don't undermine anybody who wants to see Liverpool progress. And don't get on Klopp's back. Don't get on his back. Because look, this lad, he's done everything for Liverpool. Done everything.
He's gave everything. That's why he's never. That's why he's spent, because he's done everything. 24/7, 9 years.
Of course. And there's more to it why he's leaving. More to it.
We'll find out in due course. It'll all come out.
Of course we will. Of course. And LeBron, by putting our birds on his tops, is taking the, along with his 32 million, says Redbird. Thank you. And Hicks and Gillette was the most thinking. Yep, it was.
They were cowboys.
No one believed me. I was in a documentary with Tommy Smith, and John Keith was fronting it, and he was this other lad. He was an old man by then, and he was the Daily Express reporter when we were playing into Milan. So we were talking about that, and so we were sitting down having a cup of tea before we started rolling, and I said, "Hey Tommy, why have we sold to these two Americans? Why? When it should have been DIC," and he told me the story. And he's David Morse's mate. He said he threw his dummy out the pram.
Oh, because he didn't get an invite to the Palace?
Yep.
Bloody hell, hasn't he been on holiday before? Like, with the money he's got, he was a rich man. I mean, big deal about, like...
No, I think it was now you're defunct. You're Mr. Chairman no longer. And James says, different scenario though. Frank, Hicks and Gillette were running us into the... We know that. Listen, I could have took over Liverpool and George and Darryl and anyone on the panel. We could have took over and just gone to the Royal Bank of Scotland and said, do us a favour, lend us 300 million to buy the club. Okay, yeah, because they were holding everything. Because we would have never have gone under, because we had so much collateral with millions. And the spin, how we would have gone into administration as a load of bollocks. So don't come out, Jane, and say to me, Hicks and Gillette, we know they did. I was standing on the steps to get them out of St. George's Hall. Me, with the others. So don't tell me about them running us into the ground.
I mean, FSG paid 300 million. It's worth 4 billion now.
Exactly. So how much are they making?
Not a bad return, is it?
He has 600 million plus profit. How much of it went on the pitch?
Nothing.
You know what makes me laugh is this, bro, that the amount of people who are so interested in getting Edwards in, because we can save money and get better players and stuff, have not seen, and who are willing to badmouth Klopp, not seeing that Klopp is the guy who's taken that 300 million and turned it into 4 or 5 billion. because of the success on the pitch.
Absolutely.
Simple as. Yeah. So that topic is for discussion over, man. I don't want to hear nothing else about FSG and this, that, and the other. Klopp has made this club have that value. No one else.
Yeah.
No one else.
Fantastic.
Can I say something also, like, to all the people on the chat and everything else here, right? Michael Edwards has been brought in by FSG not just to run Liverpool Football Club, but to franchise their new club. Just to everyone out there. Their concentration's not on our football club. Their concentration's on other things as well.
Yeah.
So, there.
We shouldn't have another club. Liverpool is unique. It needs to be on its own. I don't want no connection with any other club.
Yeah. No one does, really. No one does.
I just want to win the league. Frank, I've got to go to bed now, Frank, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah, I know. George, are you definitely coming down to see me on Thursday?
I'll see you on Thursday lunchtime.
Yeah. George, I want to thank you. Thank you, George, for what you've done there, mate. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, I'll sign up for you and bring it across. Sorry to leave, Bill, but
no. We know you're not milk's waiting for you. You're Horlicks, I should say.
I'm a bit older than you guys. You guys have got full of energy. See you, 12th man. Nice to see you.
Pleasure.
Take care, George.
Thursday. What a man. Imagine.
What a man.
He knew Shankly personally.
That's mad, you know.
The greatest thing he ever said was about when a fella named Al Barrow, he must have been one of the worst players on the planet, centre forward for Liverpool. And he went down, he got injured and he went down and he was concussed. And Bob Paisley ran on, with his magic sponge, and he lifted his head and he went, "You're all right?" And he said, "Who am I?" And he shouted over to the, "Hey, Bill, he doesn't know who he is." And Bill shouted back, "Tell him he's Pele." You can't get any better than that. What a man. Oh, cheers, George. God bless George, says Colin. And Redbird says, "Norman, Casino was best." I'm sorry, Casino Biz was not live, man. Had medical book and decided not to turn up and sign for Chelsea. I'm glad he doesn't wear our shirts. He's just crazy and plays for money. In other words. And yeah, there's a good one. Wait for FSG brand, not LFC, of course he does.
That's what I said.
What's this business about Lucio's wage, that it's really low or something? Is this why his dad keeps going on about him signing for Barca or something?
Yeah.
He's on 57 grand. He's on 57 grand. That's all he's on.
25 home. He's on a 4-year contract left, I think, or something like that. So
that's all he's on a week, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know Ginny Wijnaldum? Not Ginny Wijnaldum. Sadio Mane. We love Sadio, Jimmy. What a player. Right. He wanted the same wages as Milner. That's all. And he wouldn't give him it. He was on 100 grand. I think Milner was on like 160, 70 grand. And he said, "Can I get the same wages again?" And he said, "No, yeah." So he went. I'm going to ask the 12th there. It's not a hard one. Don't be worried.
I'm just going to the toilet. I'm back in a minute.
I thought you were going to bed.
I don't want to upset you, Frank. You're upsetting us. So I'm staying on.
All right, thank you.
Just going for a wee. I'm going for a wee. 2 secs.
We don't really need to know that. We don't need to know that, bro.
Exactly.
Yes, you do.
Lord of mercy.
God, where you go? Do you know when I looked up and I didn't even know the 12th was here. And I thought he was going to have a special guest on 10 Arnold behind him. cracking photo there. Absolutely brilliant. But anyway,
right. Well, I think everyone on the panel is special. So,
can I ask you this? And I asked the panel before. I don't know whether I don't know. I don't remember. But I asked, who would you rather have at the club, Klopp or Edwards?
Oh man, that's a loaded question. I know it is. Because I'd rather have Klopp. I mean, you've asked me this question before, and I answered by saying Klopp. I mean, it makes a difference. You can have someone build the car, but you need someone to drive it. And Klopp is the person that's going to drive the car, despite the fact that, whether it's a clunker or whether it's a high octane sports car, you still need someone to drive it, and Klopp is that person, or has been that person for the last 9 years. So I would say I'd rather have Klopp than have Edwards if I had to make the decision, because he has the ability to make a lot of the players that are just okay players into great players, and I believe that Edwards is not that person. But I'm not. This isn't a knock against Edwards, because I believe Edwards has an incredible ability of, there's certain players that Klopp would have went for, and Edwards, held his ground in trying to, get and Salah, for instance, is one of those players. I think it was Julian Brandt, I want to say, or was it Brandt?
Mm-hmm.
That he wanted, and that was who he was, drawing his line in the sand for. And Edwards made a point of saying, no, Salah is the guy that we should need to go for. And fortunately, we went for Salah instead of Brandt, and I think that made a major difference. So,
but what about Mario Balotelli and all these people? What about Karius?
Yeah,
he's
I Balotelli one. I JK knows, so I mean, like I said, I'm an honest person, so I'm not going to hide. I do like Balotelli I like Balotelli just because for numerous reasons, but primarily because he was a person of color playing for Italy, and Italy is very, very difficult place to play, even if you're Italian. But I mean, for him to go against a lot of those circumstances, I was rooting for him in those circumstances. So I always held a place in my heart, despite the fact that he played for City, he played for other different teams. And when he was announced, it was out of the blue. When he was announced he was coming to our team, I was optimistic and happy to see it. And I was unfortunately disappointed by his performance for us. So
Mancini got rid of him because of his troublemaking.
Oh yeah.
It was just a trouble. He was arguing with players in the dressing room and everything, and that's just during training.
Yeah,
he was arguing.
Is a very unique individual, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Klopp wouldn't have stood for any of that nonsense. He got rid of Sacco for that.
Yeah,
he got rid of Sacco for just acting.
Oh yeah.
So you can't. Anyway, Steve, about Diaz. Adrian earns more than Diaz.
Which he does.
Yeah.
Please
there's I know I'm a numbers guy. I know that some people do know that. I'm a numbers guy. I just wanted to quickly interject something. I'm a numbers guy in the sense of I do know a lot about salaries. I was an agent in my life as well, so I do know what it means to like have contracts. Some of the contracts that I've had to negotiate are a little bit easier because when it comes to like MLS contracts, a lot of them are already like basically, template style contracts that you have to go with. But but as far as Diaz, you got to consider the fact that Diaz, when his previous team before coming to Liverpool, he was on even less than that. So basically Liverpool said, we'll double your wages in essence. And that's what he got, was it doubled his wages. And he got a lengthy contract. Now that's on his agent for not negotiating better terms. But, because you want to make sure, okay, well, there is a chance that, You know, not many Colombian players have really thrived in the Prem. And here's a player coming from Portugal that is coming to the Liverpool that, you know, you want to do your best to create a contract for your player that's going to provide some type of security for him, you know, and that's why it was such a lengthy contract. That contract goes to 2027. So it's not like that contract comes off this year or even next. He's got a bunch of years left, and that's on the agent, you know, and himself deciding what his best options were at the time when he signed it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't say better than that, really, can you? The agent and the player himself decided to sign it, didn't they? Like,
yeah,
so.
Yeah. Anyway, I think this is a good comment, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Very good comment. Mario Balotelli was a FSG business signing to sell him for profit.
Mm-hmm.
It failed.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the things you see. It's because the businessmen, you don't buy players to sell on for profit. It's not. We're not a wholesale thing. And then you sell to a retailer. We're not that. We don't want that business. That's me. That's me as a football fan. That's me. I've been going for years and years and years. That's me who was at Wembley in 1965 as a younger lad, watching Liverpool win its first FA Cup. You see what I mean? That's me down at over in Rome, watching Liverpool win its first European Cup, and so on and so forth. We are not. See, I look at David Moyes, and David Moyes, he built the Kop the way it is now. He built that, you know, extension, and small extension, by the way, put all seats in, whatever. He did that. And he also built the little Annie Road stands, you know, the extension up there. And he still bought players. And also the Kenny Dalglish stand as well. Right, that's David Moyes, a Liverpool football fan, chairman. And he said, I can't deal with this now because Abramovich, he came in and bought Chelsea and they were spending money like... And he said, I can't compete with these. And that's why he wanted to sell it. He sold the club. He's dead now, unfortunately, David. But that's the idea. And, you know, there's everyone saying, oh, they're doing great. They're building a big stand. They're building two new big stands. He did that out of his own pocket. Think about it. And bought players with it. He was more interested on the field than anything. Anyway, I'll just read this. Yeah, I've got to read this one. Thank you saying that, the Irishman, because I don't mention this man's name. The Irishman wanted Balotelli and Benteke. One bad manager in. Absolutely. And he denied it. He denied that he wanted Balotelli. He tried to be all big. He said, oh, he didn't want him. Punch is, Steven Gerrard came out a couple of weeks later and said he bent over backwards to sign Benteke. And he didn't like that. The Irishman didn't like when Stephen came out and said that. So we all know what a kind of a prat he is. To all of us who are Liverpool, FSG have valued us at $4 billion asset. The asset of Liverpool is you and me on all, right? Me on all leaves, 2% Anfield, 90% fans, 12 million fan base. How many are FSG? That's true, that. That's true, that. And that's Douglas James. And Redbird, 12th, I knew you would be being a true Red. Of course he is. Everyone on here is a true Red. All the little comments and everything else. But I just don't understand Mary, Stan, Montenegro. I just couldn't understand it. just couldn't understand her. You know, blame. I don't know who the bloody hell she was blaming. I thought she was blaming me. Cut off again, Frank. As though I was cutting her off. And she's saying that we're all negative. We're not negative. We're all positive. We've just got different opinions, darling. I hope he is a girl. I hope she is a girl, by the way. And Brian, can Brian come on?
Mm-hmm. Brian has he has something going on.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
He said, I never wanted
to leave our broadcast a little early too. So
I sent him a link.
Mm-hmm. I never wanted Benteke. Right? I didn't want him, and I didn't want Balotelli either.
Andy Carroll, look at the guys. Ricky Lambert. We've had some dodgy signings, ain't we? We should make an 11 of the dodgiest signings of Liverpool FC. We'll have about 6 attackers, strikers.
Paul Konchesky.
Oh.
Yeah. Stinkers.
What about one of the worst goalkeepers? For the worst goalkeeper I've ever seen in my entire life is Karius. He's absolutely useless, that man. I'd put Adrian better than him.
Wow, that's brave.
Do you know, guys? There's one player that don't get a mention, and I loved at Liverpool, and that was Lucas Leiva. I loved him.
Oh yeah, Lucas was great. Yeah,
he wasn't beloved in the beginning though. Lucas was not beloved in the very beginning of his career.
No, he wasn't.
He had a lot of adversity to go through. I said what I tried to make sure that people understood what a reason why I said I backed Mario in the chat, but Lucas Leiva was another player that was just not exactly beloved, initially, but he definitely grew on you, because I mean the guy really was he wanted to give his all for the club, and I gotta appreciate that character.
11 years servant as well, so yeah.
And who was that? Did you say? I'm sorry, I was
Lucas Leiva.
Oh yeah, he's a proper red.
Yeah.
Lucas. Adjeres was convinced that he was a Swede. He said he's not a Swede. Look at the hair on him and blue eyes.
I like this kind of player. That's why Dirk Kuyt was like a player that I really loved. For instance. Just I like players that give their all in their heart. That's all. Sorry about that.
That was class.
Adjeres, when Fabinho went through that horrible season last season, right? Adjeres says he's not a Brazilian, he's a Peruvian. He's a Peruvian.
Looks like Brian can join if you'd like. By the way, it looks like he can drop in.
I'll send him the link.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love Dirk Kuyt for sure. He was one of my favorite players.
Oh, Kuyt was big time. Yeah. He's always
110% every game.
And he always scored against Man United and Everton. Always scored against them too.
Yeah, they got like that too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out early tonight if that's okay, Frank.
No, you can't. You can't. You gotta stay with us.
I didn't go, Lee. I never went, so you can't go either.
Yeah.
No, I've got something I have to attend to. Can't wait. I can't actually wait. I've got to get it done before it gets any later.
Well, yeah. Answer this then. Okay. Ian McCabe, from Suarez to Lambert, stroke Balotelli. From Suarez.
Yeah, it was a big change, wasn't it? Like losing Suarez, and then we had Ricky Lambert, and Mario didn't work out. Markovic didn't work out. The money from Suarez was not spent well, was it? Like it didn't go well.
No.
Okay, guys, we'll see you
again.
soon.
Good night, bro.
Okay, bye. Everyone.
All right, see you later.
Okay, cheers.
See you later, Adolf.
So has he got a job, did he say?
I don't know. I just said, see you later, Adolf.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, we've had some terrible fight. Talgary started it with Jimmy. I remember that Jimmy Carter from Arsenal. David Speed. Souness topped it with Cosme, Picnic, Stewart, and many more. Says Dino, absolutely.
Oh, poor Stuart was crap.
I'm an old Swede, so I remember Glenn Hussein.
Oh, Glenn Hussein was good.
Mickey M.
He was good.
Yeah, but Glenn Hussein, I think he was the handsomest man in the world at the time.
Yeah, he looked like some Swedish James Bond guy.
Didn't he?
Yeah, he was smart. He was smart.
Souness's best buy was probably Stig Bjornaby.
Yes, Stig.
He was quality.
Yeah, he was a good player.
I liked, what's his name? Oh, jeez. He was the left back. Oh, the right back, was it? Oh, he was a
John North recent?
Rob James?
No, he's a Scandinavian.
Oh, Scandinavian.
Can't think of his bloody name. And he was
Bjornaby. Bjornaby.
No, not Bjornaby, no. It wasn't Bjornaby.
Ian asked if it was Julian Dix.
Oh, what was his name? He's either a left back or a right back.
Julian Dix.
Jan Kronkamp.
Hey.
Jan Kronkamp.
No, not Kronkamp either. Oh, what was his bloody name?
Hegum.
Who?
Hegum.
Hegum.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vegard.
Bonkers. Dean and Bonkers for that one. They're in the chat, and Kevin said it too. Yeah.
Nice one.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Bonkers. Thanks, Kevin.
Kevin.
Vegard Eggum. He was good with says Ian McHale. And he was. So we've had some decent players. Yeah. But I'm going to ask you now. Would any of them keep Suarez out of it, keep Torres out of it, keep, this area? Would any of them get in the team today? Say the likes of Bjornby, the likes of John Arnerice, the likes of Hegum.
Reese would, definitely.
Yeah, Reese would.
Definitely.
What about Jan Molby?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Talent.
Just imagine Jan Molby. I know Jan, by the way. I know he's been on the radio show and everything. And he's a diamond. Love the Beatles. And I said, how would you like a portrait of them? A long one, not a big thing. That, my friends Anthony Brown does, but, it was a long one like that. The foreheads. And he said, yeah. I said, well, a friend of mine, he's an artist. Not Anthony, this other fella, Tom Donovan. He said, I've got a picture for Jan Molby, if he wants it, because I've done it for him, of the Beatles, because he knew how much he loved the Beatles. Even went to leave, the coach tour, the Beatles. And again,
Jan Molby.
He was over the moon with it. Absolutely. He said, do I have to pay? I said, no, he's done it for nothing. It's a present for you.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned into a Scouse man as well. He's got the Scouse lingo.
Scouse accent?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think modern day football would allow a big guy like him on a football pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Them days are gone.
That's like me playing for Liverpool.
You reckon he was that big?
Oh.
Bless Brian.
How are we doing, boys?
He was a goalkeeper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And do you ever remember the midfielder? The little midfielder? His name came to me then.
Ian Hudson.
Leonardson, yeah.
Yeah, from Wimbledon, yeah.
He was quality.
Yeah, he was good.
He was good.
Yeah, Leonardson, yeah, remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah, but would you there? Now, there's two fellas I won't put in this side today. Him, Terry Mack.
Yeah.
Him, Jimmy Case.
Jimmy.
Him, Ray Kennedy.
Yeah.
Him, Souness.
Oh, so if Souness was in our team this season, we're winning the league. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just imagine Rush up front.
Oh, Rush and Souness in that team, we're winning everything.
I just think if El Nino was in there up front on his own, he'd win the league. Even Rush on his own, he'd win the league.
Yeah.
All the goals, all the things that were missed, the chances that have gone begging. Brian's there, isn't he?
Yep.
Been here for a while, Frank. Yeah, how we doing?
Brian.
Okay. So listen, Brian, I've asked, you've got to name your team. Everybody's named their team. Name your team for Thursday, with the exception of Valley, because he's in goal. So I need your back four, your midfield, your three midfielders, and your front four. Your front three, I'm sorry. Your back four, midfield, and your front three.
Well, I've been of the mindset that we can't go out there with we've written this game off side as it, so I think we kind of do have to go strong, and I'd like us to go in there and have a go. So I would be going fairly strong. No Ali, right? Okay, so Robbo, Trent, Virgil. As much as I'm a bit pissed off with him, I'm putting Canade back in. So I'm going with our best back four on paper. Assuming they're all fitting well and ready to put in a shift, I'm putting Endo back in. McAllister. Jones, I think he's lost his spot. So it might be an Elliott. It might be a Gravenberch, but it'll be so I'll go say, right. Endo, McAllister, and Elliott. And Gakpo, Jota, Salah. I'm dropping Diaz and Nunez because I'm dropping them definitely. So Gakpo on the left, Jota in the middle, and Salah up front on the right. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's good because we picked more or less the same.
Okay.
What people will go with the back four. They differentiated there between each other. So, some went for Quansah. And even someone suggested going with Gomez as a DM in the midfield. So,
playing Gomez for a few games. He was battered against Atalanta second half. I've seen his face. That guy needs a holiday. He needs a holiday.
Yeah. Colin Oak said that was a good line up there. Brian, good line.
But with Gomez, Frank, with Gomez, he doesn't need to keep going forward. Just stay at right back. If he's playing at right back.
But he's under orders, isn't he, to get forward from Klopp and Nunez. He's under orders, as a floating right back, an inverted, as they say. He just floats so low.
I'm not a big fan of that. When I seen Trent come on the pitch against Palace, straight away he was in the right centre midfield. We've seen what Robertson could have done, what he did in the game. He was on the left, getting balls in from the left, crossing them in like we used to do. It was just nice to see that from Robertson. I just thought, okay, Trent might come on and do the same from the right. Never happened. So maybe that tactic that Klopp sort of... I think Klopp, when Trent drifts, it's okay to do it sometimes. But I want to see him from the right and crossing the balls in for Darwin to do something with, or Jota. So hopefully I think Thursday, maybe we might see Trent and Robertson both starting at the same time for the first time in a long time. And hopefully the tactics will be get it wide, get it in. Get the goals. Yeah.
No, I fully understand that. I really do. But what you've got to take into consideration with that, you've got to have the likes of Nunez in the middle, because there's no way, there's only little Jota. And they're a big side. They're not out, all those players for Atalanta. So you've got to have someone the likes of the size of Nunez. You've got to have the size of him in the middle for those crosses.
But we know he can score goals from crosses, bro. We've seen him get a few headers, you know.
No, I understand that as well, yeah. I said
part and parcel of his game. That's the way he is.
You could even move Gakpo into the middle. He's a big lad. He's like 6'3". You could drop Jota out to the left or something like that, maybe. I don't. But I get you're saying. The height is. They are a big side. They are. They're an Italian side. They're not. You know. They're going to know how to defend and.
Yeah.
Not that they're defensive. But.
I'm glad Brian said that, because normally, you know, you only have small Italians, but these fellas are big. These fellas are big.
Yeah, the big Italians.
Big Italians.
Oh, they've grown big up north, Frank, don't they?
That's what it is.
They grow big up north. Yeah. Too many droughts down the south. But anyway, you know, you've got look. Let's see. Norman says, AJK, have you watched the left back at Bournemouth? Kirker's really good player.
Yeah, I like him. The guy from Hughes, he was at that Bournemouth game at the weekend. So I don't know. He looks okay. You know, it's his first season in the Premier League. He looks okay.
Don't want any more Bournemouth people.
No, he looks okay.
That's about it. I can't say no more.
No, exactly. No, I'm emphasising it. He looks okay. You know, we need great players. I always remember when Klopp signed Carragher, he said, we just signed the second best goalkeeper in Germany. And I tweeted, and it was tweet then. And I said, Jürgen, we don't want the second best, mate. We want the best. No one answered me. Look what he did. And Robbo and Trent used to cross Mane, Firmino, Salah. We're not tall. Yeah, absolutely. But they used to, you know, you can't argue with that. Says, you know, a bit Max what he's saying there. Prefer Robertson, says Max. Listen, you know, like next season, you know, obviously we're going to get a new manager in, right? And people are expecting new players to come in. New players. Who would you buy? JK and myself have agreed with this. A DM. I think he's a priority, a DM, but he has to be a top quality DM. Would you, Brian, go to you first? Would you agree with that for a DM next season?
I think you're not even talking about a conversation. You're talking about basically number one job in the in tray for next manager. You know, we needed one. Look, we can get into the weeds on it about who wanted who and what happened, yada yada yada. But the way I read it, the way I see it, we went in for Saicedo, 110 million. Couldn't get him. Okay. The boys are like, what are we going to do? We need something here. So they go out and they get Endo. Fabulous player. Brilliant player. But stopgap. 31 years old. Not the future. Not the long term. So we knew we needed a player in that position. That has never changed. For me, we spent, 16 million on Endo? That doesn't even touch the sides. That's your catering budget for a year. You know, you can just slip that one in. That's barely even a player, you know. So in he comes. He's there. He's 31 years old. Might get a couple of seasons out of him. Then he's 33. You know, you're asking him to do a lot of running. So let's just see it for what it is. He's an in-betweener. He's a stopgap. But that obvious opening is there for someone, the next, what do you want to call him, the next Fabinho, the next whatever you want to call him. But that's there to be filled, and we haven't stopped needing that. We haven't stopped crying out for that position. So, you know, along like Mickey M is saying there, by Sedic, great, unbelievable player. Someone I can't wait to see what happens with him. But like you say, Frank, yeah, we don't need. Well, look, we don't need the finished article, the Camavingas, or the 90 million players, but we need serious footballers, especially in a position like that. And that hasn't changed for me at all. So for me, it is number one. The centre backs come after that, but a top quality DM and 24, 25, you know, that right age.
Brian, I wanted Andre from Fulham, mate.
Yeah.
I wanted him. I looked at him. And you mentioned, about like Fabinho, our best DM in recent years, without a shadow of a doubt. And this fella reminds me of him, Andre, is Mascherano. Javier Mascherano. One of the best DMs I've ever seen.
Oh, unbelievable.
Well, listen, lads, Andre reminds me of him. I've Googled him millions of times, and what a player. And he just reminded me of Mascherano everywhere, chasing players, tackling them, coming away with the ball, as Mascherano did. Yeah. And like I said, he'll do me, never got him. The money wasn't there for him, unfortunately. I wanted him last summer. Get him in. And if we would have got him in place of Endo, no disrespect to Endo, but we would have still had a great DM for the future. That's the way I put it. Now, people are saying about Betic, like Dean. Betic is our DM mate. Okay, well that's fine. Colin time. About Stefan Betic, yeah, well that's fine.
I'm not going to say nothing about him.
Let me just go on this, please. So want to see Betic back ASAP. But Norman comes out and says, but Betic is still growing. He'll be ready in 5 years.
Well, hopefully two or three, hopefully.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I'd say 2 or 3. I'd say 2. Because he needs next season to get fully fit again.
Yeah.
Because he could easily become an injury-prone player.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And people are not taking that into consideration. He came in, didn't he, last season? Was it last season? Yeah, last season. And Liverpool were awful. And he played brilliantly. He was a kid and he played brilliantly. Then all of a sudden he got injured and he was out. He got injured in pre-season. And then he was out again this season. So, you've got to look at that. And people are saying, it was growing pains. Steven Gerrard was out a couple of months through that. And he said, look what happened to him. But we've got to be careful. We've got to be very, very careful with players, especially the likes of Betic. And fans are actually saying, get him in now. He hasn't played all season. You can't do that. You can't just throw him in. He needs a season to get up to match fitness. Look at Gravenberch. He never played last season. And he's still trying to get up to match fitness now.
You know what I mean? Yeah. True.
It's just mad. Dino says he's been on that growth hormone in Spain, bulking up. He needs to come here and live with me. I've got a spare room. He'll be all right. I'll feed him all the eggs he wants.
Beef stew every week.
Yeah.
Bulk him up.
I'll bulk him up. Anyway, that's... and as he says, Colin Dykes, he can't be playing every game. He's got to be used smartly. Yeah, says Colin. I remember when I was 1920, can't say I had the confidence or physics to say I was ready to play in the PL. Says Nicky.
Yeah. That's true though. It's true because you're playing against men who have grown. Like when you look at Rodri, the guy's a beast, you know what I mean? So when you're a young lad, 18, 17, 18, 19 or whatever, he's going to just knock you off the ball, you know? So you need to sort of get that weight behind you. I remember the old days, players had a bit like Jan Mulvey, for example, we were talking about here.
Yeah, a bit of timber on him, yeah.
Bit of
timber.
A bit of timber.
bit of timber. It sort of protected them, you know? Not getting injured as much as these guys nowadays are, for sure. So that bit of timber sort of protected them. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Kept you warm as well.
12 miles have gone, has he?
Oh, she's still there.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there, right?
I'm allowing for you guys to say your part. I don't want to interrupt. I don't.
No.
I personally don't. I think it depends on what coach we get. I know everyone's so so particular about having a DM, but I mean, if we go with a different formation, I mean that could rule out the importance of a DM completely, depending on what formation and what that coach conceptualizes as being the need for a DM. And I think that Klopp has definitely emphasized that he appreciated Fabinho, certainly, but I also think that the change that we saw with a lot of the DM choices that we're making by making, for instance, Maka into this like hybrid, I've been calling it a hybrid DM, is certainly something that, we're seeing changes in the game every day. Whereas players being pulled from center backs being pulled up to play almost like a DM role or play a midfield role, or players from the midfield being pushed back to play more defensive roles and such. So I can understand everyone's concerns or interest in getting a DM, but for me personally, my biggest player that I would like to see us concentrate on is a center back. It sounds crazy, but I still think that we should solidify ourselves with another center back. And
totally agree with you. A left-sided centre back at 2, because that's what we wanted, a left-sided, and we
needed
didn't
that for years. Needed one for years.
Exactly. So at least us fans know something or two about what we need.
Yeah,
and it's as simple as that. It really is as simple as that. And we do need. This is what you're saying. What you're saying there, 12, yeah, but we're talking like now, we're putting a scenario now of a DM, and that's what we need, a DM. Because if McAllister, if Enzo's dropped, Jürgen sees, what players what are available, he'll put McAllister as the number 6, and that will lead to quality going forward.
We don't want it.
I don't want that.
Yeah. I don't think it's so much about playing that role. So, I think McAllister was forced to do that for us. I think it's not about like a DM can be whatever people want it to be. Some people say, destroyer type, but you always need a holder. You need a holder, and he ties the whole team together, whether he has to be a top quality on the ball or a real kind of just a warrior type, a Kante type. But you're going to need that guy that holds it all together, that allows the others to go forward. And as soon as Endo comes into the team, you see what McAllister gives us.
Mm-hmm.
But the new manager that comes in, I think you could end up with someone wanting 2 holders, as much as someone not wanting one at all. We could get some guy who wants 2 holders, and now we need 2 holders, and we need 2 centre halves, because we definitely need Frank. Matip is gone. Gomez is no longer a centre half. Kanade is injury prone, like we were speaking about earlier. 12 man. Kanade is injury prone. Mm-hmm. And if you come in with a 3 at the back system, now you need 4 new centre halves.
Yep.
Now you don't just need 1. You want to put together a solid back 3 and then back up to that back 3, and then 2 holders in front of that.
And you want to take care of an aging you know,
Van Dijk,
Van
yeah,
Dijk.
we've got a lot
You
of
want to
work
be
to
able
do.
to properly, you know, give him
But this
rest here and there and have
this
coverage.
is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
We've been
that's
buying
my
players
point.
for a 4-3-3 system for 10 years.
Yeah.
The last 10 years, we've been buying players for a Klopp 4-3-3 system.
Right.
And now we have some guy that comes in and potentially wants to play a hybrid 3-5-2 crazy European new system.
Exactly.
Wow,
Exactly.
there's a lot of work to be done there, man. A lot of work. So,
Well, what about this, lads? Max, I just think get Postecoglou in as manager and Udogi and Basuma, and we go for the next 5 years.
I'd take Bentancur over Basuma, by the way, but yeah.
Yeah, Bentancur is quality. I think, yeah, what a player.
Oh, man, I'll take Papi Sarr. Papi Sarr's quality.
Yeah, Sarr's good as well, yeah.
Yeah, he's good, man.
Basuma maybe, but the doggy, I'm not
All
sold
good players. All good players. All good players.
They're good players. I'm just not sold. I'm not sold on him being a red. That's all.
Well, Dougie at the left back, yeah. Well, Frank will know a lot about him. He's an Italian international, so.
Spurs are crap anyway.
Oh.
Well, our Swedish friend, Mickey M, he says, isn't it the model of today to play two midfielders able to play both offensively and defensively, like Rodri? My guess is Jürgen was actually open to play Endo plus Batatic this season.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, boys?
Yeah.
I wish he did. I just wish that this season Klopp sort of went a bit, because everyone knows how Klopp plays 4-3-3. I think this would have been a top season to do something different and really surprise the opposition. Maybe if he did that, we would be really ahead in our league table. I think the last few games, we could have played 4 at the top against Palace second half. Play Jota, Darwin, Diaz and Salah up top. Play 2 in midfield. Perfect timing to do it. Could have just played McAllister next to Trent in the midfield. Give them the ball, let them spray it, whatever. And I think Klopp sometimes doesn't do that enough for me.
I get what you're saying. I know that people sometimes, though, I get we're all stuck on the 4-3-3 that Klopp plays, but I think sometimes people, because of the fluidity of this team, and because of the fluidity of the system that's has become, you know, sometimes we might see Mohamed Salah right. Sometimes we've seen him central. You know, sometimes you might see Diaz on the right. You might even see a Nunez on the right or on the left. You might see Cody on the right or left. You just never know. A lot of fluidity, a lot of moving parts when it comes to that. But I know we spoke about I spoke about this with Brian on our show, like as in we were talking about the simple fact of how Klopp has mentioned, and he just mentioned recently in, I forget which game it was a recent game in the press conference. He was asked about, I think it might have even been behind possibly one of the United games. He was being asked about the system and about, you know, making changes and the likes. And he referenced about how in the game we were playing, I know we started off the game in a 4-3-3, but at times you're playing a 4-4-2. And then at other times you're playing a 4-2-3-1. And he spoke about Maka playing in at the 10, you know, and other concepts. And like, we don't always see that because we get only what the television shows us. We don't get the whole field view of where everyone is. So sometimes I think that he doesn't get enough credit, is my point, in saying that he does make some changes or adjustments sometimes that don't necessarily get seen by all of us.
Well, what do you think of that particular quote here? Or not quote, comment. In good form for Hull, and he's talking about Carlyle scoring plenty of goals from them. Is there a chance that with a new manager, he has a chance next season? Back here. Does anyone come in on that?
I think so.
Yeah, Brian will. Hull's Brian's team.
What? No, it's the guy from Hull I want to see is
Jaden
Philogene.
Yeah.
He's excellent young English right winger. Someone like Carvalho, this is the thing that I'm excited about. Look, it's nearly 10 years with Klopp, right? So the guy's going, okay? Got to embrace it. So we're getting excitement. We're getting things we haven't seen in a long time. So everyone gets a clean slate, new players, new manager. So we're going to see it all. But I think someone like him, it's kind of gone wrong from most places. It's gone well from at Hull. I wouldn't be hanging my hat on really overly giving too much of a shit about what happens with him. If he comes back, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. We've got really a lot bigger things on the plate than... Yeah, he seems to be a bit of a Klopp scapegoat for me. I don't know what's going on there. And it's he's a good young player. You know, I hope he has a good career. But from what I can hear, he has terrible attitude problems. So...
Well, do you reckon that, you know, we might have grown out of the attitude problem?
Yeah, no, that is a great shout. Yeah, of course. I was a dickhead when I was 18, probably, you know, and yeah. So, yeah, no, absolutely, Frank. Absolutely. I leave room for growth and maturity. If he comes back and he's the next Coutinho, wonderful. I'm all here. I'm there for it.
Well, the thing is, you see, with the likes of this Carvalho, and what my next question was going to be, is the championship suited more for him because he was fantastic at Fulham when Fulham were in the championship. Came here, went over to Germany, got bummed out of there, went to Hull, and he's playing out of his skin like he did for Fulham in the championship.
Yeah.
But you think he should have been nurtured more? That's it.
I feel he looks like a guy who wants to start games, and when he's not starting, he feels sort of hurt. He looks like that type of guy. He's at Liverpool now, and he wants to be a star, and maybe Klopp don't see him like that, you know. He scored a few goals for us, you know, against Newcastle and stuff like that. So he did it for Hull now. So there is a player in him. I just feel to be a star at Liverpool, you've got to be quality, and, you know, you've got to be reliant. And he wasn't that at that time. So he could not expect to be starting every game. Hence why I think Klopp said go on loan. He's gone on loan again now at Hull. So maybe at Hull he knows he's playing every game. And now you can see the player in him because he's getting regular game time.
Yeah. And Max LFC, well, we're going to get a new manager, whoever it should be. Give Muzzolowski a chance. Want to see this lad badly.
He's had his chance.
Hey?
He got a few games recently, didn't he? He came on in the European game against Toulouse.
Yeah, he did.
Got a few games recently.
He came on against Southampton as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I have an honest question for you then. Since we're just talking about Fab, could it be, and this is just me asking a question, I'm not saying this is like I have some inside source or anything like that. But could it be that Fab and Harvey have created a friendship? I know that much. Could it be that he sees Harvey being given these opportunities and these chances, and he sees himself as being someone on that same level that should be getting the same opportunities and chances that Harvey's getting? And that could be somewhat of the reason why he's gotten so much, you know, I don't know if we call it animosity, possibly, but
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, jealousy.
Jealousy.
Yeah, but I feel that Klopp did give him chances. You know, it wasn't that Klopp never played him. He did, and he showed bits and bobs what he can do. So maybe it's off the field, bro. Sulking. Him and Doak had the same faces. They had this sulking face around the training ground. I've always seen videos of Doak and Carvalho both sort of sulking, where I've seen, say, Harvey Elliott be a bit more chirpy and stuff. And you know what Klopp's like? He likes chirpy players. He don't like them depressive sort of natured type of players, what Carvalho and Doak were like.
Right.
I've seen it quite a lot with them too. So maybe Klopp don't like that, you know? Yeah,
I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying, again, I'm just looking at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, it's competition, isn't it, bro? Like I think with the young generation, and even with every player in a team, there's always competition there. So when you've seen a guy who's sort of played under 20, you've sort of played football with him at Fulham and stuff, and then he's getting more advancement in his career than you. You're going to think, why?
Right.
Is he better than me? Yeah, it happens.
Right,
Bro.
that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do you boys reckon's going to happen with Tyler Morton?
Well, he's
What do you
gone
reckon,
out
Brian?
because he's gone out of the picture.
Yeah.
He's gone well out of the picture. And all the focus now is on, forget about Quansah, forget about Bradley, if you know what I mean. And it's on this young Bobby Clark.
I think Bobby Clark's probably, out of all the lot of them, I like Bobby Clark. I reckon he's got this feistiness in him. He knows how to win the ball and stuff. And he's a small guy, so I like his attitude. Clark can pass the ball.
Clark can pass the ball.
Yeah, yeah.
He can pass. That's one thing he can do. He can pass, like properly pass the ball.
McConnell's good as well, though. I like McConnell.
Yeah, but Clark has got that
more sharpness to him.
Yeah, that little bit of something extra, I think. But they're both good, man. They're both good players. It's a good position to be in. Next manager is going to take over a hell of a squad.
He's going to take over a great squad, but as you said there, Brian, he'll be looking at, if he's looking at a different system, and as the 12th says, a different system, what players would he need and what players he'd let go, and then bring in other players, because no matter what players he's got, he's going to let go. As you know, the model of the owners is sell to buy. So they're going to say, well, get rid of the players you don't need and bring in the players that you do need. So I think that, and it's not going to be, people will think with this new manager, our Klopp made, going, they're wanting Klopp out already. And it's going to be very difficult for them, because if say it is Amarim, for example, please, just hear me out on this. He's coming from a very inferior league to the Premiership. He's going to find it much more difficult than he has used to in the Portuguese league. Do you see what I mean? So it's going to be more difficult.
Yeah. Strong character, Frank. For anybody to come into Liverpool just to take over the job on its own, massively strong character to look at that and go, oh, well, I can take over from Jurgen Klopp. I can walk in there and do that. I mean, I wouldn't have the stones to do that. This guy, I'll take on that. And then to go in and go, well, I don't need Van Dijk, don't need Salah, this is big time stuff. You might get, this is a manager that comes in, well, look, put your medals on the table, show me what you've won, that you can come in and make a decision that I don't need you, I don't need you, I don't need you. This is the issue here. This is the gap between what we need and what we're going to get, because all these young guys, all the new coaches are these semi-unproven young guys. Now, Alonso's off the table. So, they don't have the authority to come in and go, I want him out, I want him out. So,
yeah, exactly, Brian.
The Stones, this is, I mean, I wouldn't want it, man. I wouldn't want it. You got someone with real self-belief to come in there and start making those kind of decisions and back themselves. But that's what I want. I want a new Mourinho to come in and go, I know what needs to be done. I have the force of personality to get it done, and I'm making the right decisions. Because if you get some wishy-washy guy coming in and he's half, but he's listening to the owners, he's listening to the dressing room, come on, go in, make your own decisions, back yourself. We're fans, we'll back you. But we don't, it's got to be it's a hard job, a really hard job.
Are you saying that you want Brendan Rodgers back then?
The Irish.
I'm joking. I'm only joking.
They mentioned his name, bro.
I'm only joking.
No, it's good what Brian was saying there, and it's good what Mickey M's saying. At the same time, coaches need to take steps, like players need it too. Now, I remember when Bob Paisley, the greatest manager in British football by a mile, when he took over, and he never won anything in his first season, nothing. And he was with Liverpool, if you know what I mean. He was with Shankly. You know, he was a player, then he went on the backroom staff, and he was with Shankly those years, and then he took over, and he was left with some great players, but he won nothing. The following season, he went on to win everything except the FA Cup, but he went on to win 3 European Cups. The only manager ever to do that with the one club at the time. So that's what he did. Now you get the likes of this new manager coming in, and he's a foreign manager. He hasn't tested the Premiership, and this is what it says. People are expecting too much. They're all hammering for hammering, and they think that hammering's just going to come in and do work wonders, miracles, and whatever with this team, with this squad of players, and then bring in a few extra ones. And that's why I was saying the other night, well, you know, who would you keep? Who's your spine? I'd keep the spine. And that includes Mo Salah, by the way. Because remember over Milner, everyone was saying, get rid of Milner, get rid of, you know, for a couple of years, not just last season, the year before, get rid of Milner. But we need him for experience. That's what we need the likes of Mo Salah for, experience.
Yeah, but I think, bro, that before the new guy comes in, they will decide up top out of Trent, Virgil, or Salah who they might sell to give the next guy some funds. So, and he won't have no say in that. Even if Almiron right now is sitting at home watching the game on Thursday and thinking, "Oh, I love Salah. He's the type of guy I want to play, manage," you know. But that decision might be made already that he might leave at the end of the season. So we can't really say what the next guy's going to do when he comes in. Like what Brian was saying, I like to see a Mourinho type of guy who comes in and says, "This guy stays, this guy stays, this guy goes." You know, like the way Klopp did, sort of. He got rid of Sacco. I think him getting rid of Sacco was a sort of sign to the rest of the players and the future of the club and the Klopp. It was like, no one's going to mess with my way of doing things. And Sacco was the guy who got the boot, you know. And I think I want to see something like that in the new guy who comes in. He'll get our support, no doubt. But I don't want that Edwards and the owners sort of control his budget as much as they did with Klopp. Because Klopp had personality and that got him through the job. This guy hasn't maybe got that big personality to get him them points, you know, in certain games and stuff. So we need the players.
Yeah, but look at JK. Look at, it's 9 years since Klopp is here. Right? That's basically a decade, okay? Look at how much social media has changed in the last 10 years. Just in the last 10 years, social media, the media itself. As much as us, as I'll be always with Liverpool fans saying, hold the line, just hold the line, stand firm, hold the line, back the new manager. If this doesn't go well after 2, 3, 4 months, it's going to get vicious. It will. I'm not expecting the patience that we all want. If a new manager comes into Liverpool and it doesn't go well from the start, it's not Klopp. It's, you know what Twitter was bad 10 years ago when Klopp came in. You know, it's like now, this new guy, no one's ever, who's this Amorim guy? Can you imagine if he has a bad 2-3 months to start with?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's going to be rough. He's going to need a backbone. Now, I'll back this guy, anyone who comes in. But it's such a rough gig to take on. It really is, lads.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brian. I think you're right there. But I'll tell you who fans will blame. I'll tell you who the fans will blame. And they'll blame Klopp for leaving. It's he who's left.
Yes, you're not far wrong there.
And his legacy could be tarnished. It really could be. He left us, and look where we are now. And that's the way. So someone mentions on the comments ages ago, Liverpool fans are fickle. Well, he never said Liverpool fans. He just said fans are fickle, and he's absolutely right. We're all fickle, but we just want the best. We really need the best, and that's why Xabi Alonso was the best pick of the bunch, and I'll tell you for why. Ex-Liverpool player.
Yeah.
His little lads, 2 kids were born in Liverpool. And the point is, the fans would have given Xabi Alonso time.
Yeah, said it from day one myself, Frank. Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I said it from day one. He had the softest landing. I was calling it a soft landing. Of all the new managers, he would have had the softest landing. He would have been given the most time, the most room to mess it up.
Yeah.
Whereas some guy, who's this lad from Sporting, yada, yada. No, Xabi Alonso, legend, love him. Not going to say a bad word about him. That's why I wanted him, because I thought he would have the thing that's most important for a new manager, time.
Exactly. Yep. It's all about the time. After De Boer got sacked after 4 games, I thought, okay, football's in that world now, you know. So
yeah,
it's nasty out there.
Okay, now Nicky M says, I want you to just chat about this for a short while. Running Sporting is no easy job either, I'd say. It's a large club with many egos and a large organisation. I think Amarim could be the right guy, playing fast attacking ball when the ball is won. Does anyone agree with that? Anyone? Well,
I was going to say, I will admit that I don't know. I haven't seen so much. I don't watch Portuguese football too much. But yeah, I know though from what I've heard and the reports I've seen, and he is very good with his players. He has good relationships with his players, which is important. He's able to communicate with the fans and the press and everything else, which I understand sometimes people want it very simple and such, but I mean, unfortunately, there are many complexities to the game, and being able to navigate that is important. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people have warmed to Klopp, is because of his relationship, his ability to get in front of the camera and make you like him, or allow for you to like him. And it gives him a little bit more leeway in the sense to go and say, okay, well, I'm going to give him a chance to do this, or I'm going to give him a chance to do that. Those kind of concepts are very, very important. So it is, and also one other quality that Klopp has, and I think Amarin has as well, from what I've read, is that they understand the new role of a gaffer today in modern football, because the days of Wenger and the likes, where you had a coach that basically made all the decisions, made all the choices, was involved in all those kinds of like top decisions. Now they've been delegated to other people, and you have to trust in them and have the right components in place. And I think that if you can say, I understand, you can say what you want about Liverpool, but I believe we have one of the best organizations when it comes to having, a proper youth system with the right coaches, those kinds of concepts that really benefit us.
Well, okay. I see what you're saying there as well, 12, is this, what Dean's saying. And it's about the fickle Reds, and there are many out there. Match-going Reds, says Gino. Match-going Reds view football differently to E-Reds, right? Match-going Reds view football differently to E-Reds. We give the manager a chance, and we do. Mm-hmm. We do give them a chance. But you get, people were even saying it about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know whether you've ever seen it. So they wanted to get rid of Klopp. I remember them when we got beat by, who did we get beat in was it Sporting? When we got beat in the final, Europa final, and they beat us, they wanted Klopp gone. You were winning 1-0 at half time and looking, behave yourselves. And these are the E-Reds, as Dean's saying. These are the e-reds, the electronic reds, and it's wrong. Anyway,
there's an in-between group as well, though, Frank. There is also that kind of in-between group who are the guys who don't go. People like me who can't go, or live in Ireland or whatever, but aren't the crazy online fan.
Oh yeah, that's what he's talking about.
There's that in-between group as well who, look, only 50, 60,000 people can go every week, but we also have like people my age who are kind of old enough to remember all of this stuff before the internet, but young enough to still be kind of active online and know all the stuff on the internet. We fall into that kind of weird group. It's like, yeah, I could easily be seen as a wool or whatever, but I've never, I don't go every week kind of thing. But there is like this whole world of people online who have seemingly the strongest opinions about Liverpool. The most militant type people are the ones who don't go every week. But yeah, it's hard for people like me to live in the middle sometimes.
But I think it's on the nail on the head. When you're actually there, you're seeing all the play. And I mean all the play. Rather than a camera just following around like that. And as the 12 says, you know what positions that they're in. You know when they're going to go. And this is it's unique, shall I say, for people being there, sitting down in the stands, wherever, having a look. And you do look. I always remember I was in the stands, I was in the main stand, and I was watching Liverpool. This is in the 71st time I'd ever been in the stands, by the way. And me and my mate, and we were calling a lad who played for Liverpool. He was absolutely brilliant. And his name was Peter Cormack. And we were saying through the game, what's this fella doing? What's he doing? He kept giving the ball away. And this old fella, who's as age as me now, he said, don't worry, lads. Just have a look. Keep your eye on him. Just keep your eye on him. And we did. And we kept our eye on them. And where the balls that he was supposed to be giving away, the likes of, say like Stevie Highway, for example, should have been running up the wing because the ball was coming over there and it was going out. And he was brilliant. And, so he got used to his play. He was a forward thinker, as we say. He was a forward thinker. He did these unbelievable passes where it bamboozled the opposition, whereas they thought he was going right with the ball. In fact, he was going left with the ball. Absolutely brilliant player. And that's the problem today with, I'm not saying you, Brian, you're a very intelligent person about football, but I'm talking about people who, they see, it's like watching a soap opera with Liverpool. It's like watching a soap opera to them. And, they want everything on a platter. And everything's not like that. Everything, they don't see the bigger picture, in other words. And they want everything there and then. And if anyone's playing bad, or indifferent, for example, get rid of them. Last season, get rid of Klopp. This season, get rid of Mo Salah, get rid of Diaz, get rid of Nunez. If they got rid of them, who's going to bloody well score the goal? What if he dropped them? What if he dropped them against Atalanta and the weekend? What if he dropped those three? Who would he put in to score? Who's there to run at defences? No one. And this is what these people are like. Get shut. Get rid. And I just don't understand them. I think they've got a mentality of, as I said, sometimes children. I really do. It's like school football.
Yeah, that's just like the robotic view of football now. They expect every player to be playing 10 out of 10 every game. They're not machines, they're human beings, They get off-field problems, Klopp leaving. It's had sort of a effect on the squad, maybe, And that's what I'm on about. The way football is run now, like even managers don't really go out scouting for players. He gets another guy to look at all his data and stuff like that. So it has become more robotic, the way football has become. Like Harry Kane, for example, was on about this today with you, Frank, about, yeah, he's a good goal scorer, don't get me wrong, but he's a very boring football player. Where Darwin is the sort of guy you want to sort of watch play football because you don't know what you might get and stuff, but he won't get the goals as Kane would, but if he did...
No, I'd rather watch Kane.
Oh, I wouldn't. No.
No, play for Liverpool. I'd rather watch
play
Kane
for Liverpool, of
play
course.
for Liverpool. Yeah. I'd rather watch
get the
Kane play
goals.
for Liverpool and score 35 goals than watch
he'll
the
get
Darwin
them.
show. Yeah.
He'll get them. But for me, as a footballer, to watch a one-off game, just seeing Darwin play football is just like, it's a different type of energy, bro. I think Harry Kane he's just boring, isn't he? But he's a goal scorer. You know?
Certainly so.
Carry on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he just got up and left. Like Frank just left.
I know.
On the idea. Yeah. Yeah, look, I get it depends what you want to see. If you want to see goals hit the back of the net, you watch Harry Kane. If you want to watch whatever it is that Darwin does, then you watch what Darwin does. I don't know what would you call it, like performance art, I suppose. Football meets performance art. But Kane is cold, he's clinical, he drops deep, takes chances, he does stuff. I just think, look, you can't talk about Kane without talking about how. I mean, I love everything that's happened at Leverkusen, we all do. But the dude leaves Spurs to win league titles, and he goes to the one club on the planet that's almost guaranteed to win a league title that is still a prestige one. Like, he's not going to, Slovenia win league title. He's going to Bayern Munich, and it's the one season. The guy literally has to be checking like for broken mirrors. I don't know what it is he's done.
That's why you can't go anywhere near us.
I just exactly. You don't want Harry, like Kane and his bad juju. It's like Harry. Somehow you will come here, you will score 60 goals, and we still won't win anything.
Yeah. And the thing is, bro, he gave up the possibility of being the leading Premier League scorer after before Alan Shearer. You know what I'm saying? So he gave that up for winning leagues, and if that happens, come on, man, that's just crazy.
Yeah, blame his brother, the worst football agent of all time. The guy who somehow ended up getting him locked into a 6-year deal at Tottenham when every club in the world wanted him. It's like, don't worry, Harry. We what we'll do is now we'll sign a 6-year deal, and Daniel Levy will let us go. Have you met Daniel Levy? You know, and then he does that round of golf interview with Gary Neville, basically begging Manchester City to sign him, literally begging them to sign him. Yeah, it's been a strange career for Harry. It really has. Really has. I don't know what he's going. Yeah, what do you do? What do you say? Like?
You say beat Arsenal. That's what I say.
That's what I'll say as well, bro. Yeah.
How about that? I know it's
not
they'll
good. Do that. What will they meet? They meet either Real or City then, isn't it?
Yep.
Then they gotta beat Real.
Yeah. So whoever they beat.
But then you gotta like your chances if you get into that final against either Dortmund, who hasn't been playing well. Dortmund has not been playing well in the Bundesliga this year. And or PSG.
It's a very lopsided draw. You've got Bayern, Real, City all on one side, and then Dortmund and PSG on the other side, and Atletico Madrid on the other side. Very lopsided draw.
I want Dortmund out of them to win it.
Most people have, Oh, I'm sorry.
That'd be great. Yeah, if they did, that'd be great.
Most people do. A lot of the brackets I saw had an all English and an all Spanish, semifinal. So
I got changed there because Mo Salah just gave me a ring because I've been saying for about 5 years now. I said to Mo, "Do you want to borrow this?" And that was me 6-pack, and he said, "Yeah." And that's why he's got a six-pack, so he's bringing it down for me tomorrow night before he goes over to Atlanta.
Good man. It's a good man.
So I'll get my six-pack back. I was just, looking to see if, it'll fit back on me. Is that all right?
That's no problem. Yeah, that's good.
It's not so.
There you go.
What's that? Can anyone tell me? Can anybody tell me if what's Darrell's new job?
I don't know.
Anyone
He's the
know?
new Liverpool manager, bro. He's the new Liverpool manager.
Oh, I thought he was starting a 9 to 5 as a psychiatrist or a brain surgeon or something.
No, I think he's a Chippendales dancer.
That's taking my job away there. I don't like that. Don't like that. Imagine if social media existed when Shanks was manager, Frank. They'd have been calling for a Z after he went 5 years without winning anything, and that's so right.
Yeah.
But he did, Shanks. He got us up in the. He got us up out of the second division into the. There was no then, and then winning us the league. Then he won us the cup, and he was the first manager of Liverpool to win us a European Cup, and that was the UEFA Cup. So he's a great fella. We were in a final. I was up there in Glasgow as a young teenager, when we got beat by what was the bloody name? I forget the name. Who beat us at Hampden Park in the pouring rain, and we got beat 2-1 in the I think it was, I don't know what cup it was, the first cup or the UEFA Cup or whatever it was. And Mickey M says, he says, Amarin got a CV, he brought Braga up. He now have lifted the sport. He's winning the league, isn't he? The guy knows how to do things the right way. Would you agree with that, by the way?
If that's what you call a CV, I don't look at your intro, like Mickey M's intro. Okay, look, it's quite negative. Oh, he got the CV. What CV? He brought Braga up. Okay, great. Like, he's got Sporting, one of the biggest clubs in Portugal, to perform like one of the biggest clubs in Portugal. That's, to me, is not a CV that screams next Liverpool manager. But the thing is, there's nobody out there with the CV. So
So his CV's looking good.
Yeah, look, his CV compared to these other guys,
it's on a curve. It's graded on a curve.
Yeah, but it's not the guy is younger than I am. Okay, so he doesn't have a CV. All of your, as far as it doesn't really matter what your history in the game is. When you come to Liverpool and you manage a Liverpool Football Club, you go to Real Madrid, Barcelona. When you take that step up to these big clubs, it doesn't matter what your CV is. Some people, they just can't hack it. They can't make it at a big club. It doesn't matter how good a coach they are. So that's what you don't know. That's the unknown. Braga, come on, man. You're never going to know that this guy steps into Liverpool, like one of the biggest clubs in the world. This has got nothing to do with how good a coach you are. This way, all the other stuff will crush it if you're not good enough. What you do on the pitch won't be good enough. If you can't handle all the outside stuff that comes with being a manager of a club like this, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how good a coach you are. I'm sorry, it's just irrelevant. You need the minerals, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
What timeline would you give him if it is Amarin?
At least 2, Frank. At least 2 years, Frank. At this stage, because you got to back a guy. We can't become one of those clubs where you sack him. You just can't become one of those clubs.
Absolutely. Honestly, absolutely agree with you there. We knew when I was on LFC TV, and I knew when Roy came, and he said to me, when they get doing these live chats, he said to me, well, what do you think? I went like that. I'm being honest with you. And I'm not ageism. I'm not against ageism. I said, he's too old. I said, he's too old. I said, we need a manager in his 40s or 50s. That's what I said at the time. And he's I think he's up into his touching 60. That's what I said. Anyway, I think I was vindicated. And then the Irishman came in, because I don't like mentioning this fella's name for personal reasons. And he said, what about him? And it was me and Jimmy Case sitting there. And Jimmy went like, oh, yeah, brilliant. He's going on, you know. But he had to, because you were told not to say anything about the manager or players. That was they were the rules. But I didn't get a toss. And the Claire Rourke, who was fronting the thing, said to me, well, what do you think? And I went like that. I said, he got through the back door with Swansea. That wasn't his team. I said, it wasn't even his team, and he got through the back door into the Premiership by playoffs. I said, and he did, you know, he was ordinary, innit? Ordinary, the team was ordinary. I said, that was Swansea. I said, if he'd stay at Swansea, he'd go down. And he did. I said, but we've got him. He's an inexperienced manager. Well, you know, do you think, well, Liverpool are totally different from, and I said, I know. I said, we're not going to win anything with him. And when he picked his backroom staff, there was some fella from Swansea with him, some Welsh fella, and Mike Marsh. That was his backroom staff. And I said, what are they going to do? No disrespect to the Welsh fella, and no disrespect to Mike Marsh, a former Liverpool player who finished his career early and went into the amateur things. And that's the way we were until Jurgen Klopp came along. And he's built something. He's carried on the foundations that Shankly built, and carried on with what Paisley did, and Joe Fagan, and also Kenny, when Kenny won a double and just missed out the second year on a double. And this is what he has to do. He has to build something like that. Klopp is leaving him with a fantastic, whoever it is, the manager, and he's going to be left with a fantastic squad, because no matter how you look at the squad and how much, you know, we're still up there, we're still fighting for the league, we're still fighting no matter what happens on Thursday night for the Europa final. We've already won a trophy. But he's got a massive, massive job on his hands, no matter who it is. And we have to give him time, because I don't think whoever it is coming in, that Liverpool are going to go do everything. Now, if Klopp would be manager, that would be totally different, because he knows his players. He knows what they can do. And next season, you know, with a couple of additions, we'd be fantastic. We would be fantastic. And don't be surprised if we did just clear the league, really, with Klopp. But unfortunately, he's leaving, and we're getting a new one in. But I just hope his tenure as Liverpool manager, his legacy isn't tarnished, when you're bound to get fans blaming him if something goes wrong in the first 6 months of the new season with a new manager.
Yeah, but you know what it is, brother? It isn't Klopp's problem after that. When he goes, you know. So for me, he doesn't really need to worry about that if they blame him. I just feel that the Almiron guy, he's on the right career path. He's doing well where he is. But if he, next season, for example, wins the Champions League with that same team that's going to win the league this season, that would give more fans, like, say, Brian, for example, an initiative to think, this guy knows sort of what he's doing. It's the modern day football world we're in, bro. It's like you got managers and number 9s and centre backs who are just mediocre, and big clubs are looking at these guys. Why? Because there's no one else to do anything. There's no one else there to say, give it to that manager. He's won this, he's done this here, he's done that. It's like even the Dzebri guy from Brighton. he's taken Brighton downhill, I reckon. You know, they were better under Potter, and he's getting mentioned for the Liverpool job. So that's where we're at in the modern day football world, 2024. None of them are really good enough, in my opinion. Alonso's the only way, maybe.
There's a few here, you know, about Amarin. And TW says, if Amarin comes in, I would give him a 2-year deal. And if he fails Champions League qualification, then he goes. Then go for Alonso. I think Alonso was given a chance to be Liverpool's manager. And it could have been the end of him ever becoming Liverpool's manager if, as reports say, he's turned us down. Noticed the smile on my face. Okay. And Mickey M says, Sporting in the league, 29 games, 2 losses, 84 goals, 27 against. Pretty okay. Lost to Atalanta. Well, so far. Look who's talking. And Dean says, mate up, I found you tonight, Frank. I'm a mate of Steve. Great show, lads. I'll be tuning in more often now. Good night, boys. Up the Reds. Thank you so much, Dean. Thank you. Should have known that you were a mate of it, Steve Evans. But like you were saying, there are not a lot of alternatives. And there isn't a lot of alternatives. There are not a lot of alternatives out there because the massive shoes to wear. Would you agree with that? I'll go straight to you, 12. Could Jurgen's shoes be too big to fill in a first season?
Yeah. A lot of what Brian said is spot on. I also agree that it is not going to be an easy job for any manager, much less a manager with a young CV or a still building, trying to build a CV for a manager. Even with Xavi, you still had a case where, yes, it's an amazing accomplishment that he's made. He has definitely the minerals, I guess they're called now by the kids, to say that he has certain potential to be one of the better, if not one of the best coaches in the world eventually. But let's be honest, there's an era of coaching that we all understand and can accept as including some great names. A lot of those great names are either well past the years where you would say, okay, let me give this manager another 5-10 years of a franchise, of a club. You're probably not going to come across that. And it's very difficult to see anyone filling the shoes of someone that, obviously brought us a title in when we had gone 3 decades without one. And that is a measure where it says, is this doing so is not an easy accomplishment. And we had some very talented coaches long before Jurgen Klopp took over, and that's why I see. Good luck to them.
I think that's a great comment actually, because there are many. It's going to be massive, whoever it is. It says it's going to be massive, and as I said, would you think that as well, JK? It's going to be a massive job.
It could be massive, but you have enough players in that squad to make it an easier ride. I feel like I don't really want to see a guy in a bull in a china shop just going in, getting rid of this guy, and we've got like just Joe Gomez left.
No,
I know number 9.
I entirely agree, because that's why I said the other night, was it, or I don't know when I said it, and I said if anyone's leaving with this new manager, if anybody is leaving with this new manager, and here's what I said, what 5 players would you keep besides Ali? What 5 outfield players? I'll ask you, JK, seeing that you're there. What 5 players is a must to be kept by LFC for next season? I don't mean like players coming in. I mean players at the current now. What 5 players is a must for you that we keep for the new manager coming in?
Alisson, Trent, Virgil.
No, not Alisson, because Alisson's already there. I'm talking about outfield players.
Oh, outfield players. Oh, that's Trent, Virgil, McAllister, Salah, Darwin.
Okay. You, 12. What 5 players? Without Alisson, Alisson's already there. So what 5 outfield players would you keep for next season for the new manager coming in?
I would go with the same choices that JK made, basically. I understand you not saying Ali as well, but I mean, I'll be honest with you. Kelleher would be an excellent choice. I know that you said outfielders, but I mean, Kelleher, let's be honest, you know, without Kelleher this year, without a goalkeeper at Kelleher's level, we would not be in the title race.
Well,
if we had to rely on like an Adrian or, you know, or maybe even a youth academy goalkeeper, possibly holding down the reins while we waited for Ali to come back, we would have been in immense trouble. So.
Absolutely. But Ali, Kelleher will be going.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so you can't really say it. All I'm talking about is outfield players.
Right. I'm just making a caveat. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I really do. So yeah, you know, those 5 players. And who would your 5 players be, Brian?
No, I'm just laughing at you asking him to name 5 players without 400 words of caveats. It's just you're
well,
you're onto a loser there, man. No, look, the 5 you have to keep. Frank, man, look, I'm struggling for 5. Trent, no brainer. McAllister, no brainer. Szoboszlai, because he costs a lot of money, and I'd like to see what a new coach can do with him. That's 3. Salah, if he's going in a year, okay, keep him. But if he's going in a year, I mean, it's not exactly the biggest thing in the world. I'm sorry, no, that's it for me. The only 3 players I think we cannot lose, Trent, McAllister, maybe. Sorry, no, I'm not big on this team, Frank, at the moment.
Well, what about Virgil? Would you get, any brothers about him?
Is he going to be here in 3 years?
I just said, no, I'm talking for next season, not in
next
5.
Season, yeah, I'll take him. I'll take him for next season, yeah. Cannot lose, though. Cannot lose. You're telling me cannot lose? You're saying must stay?
Yeah.
You're saying cannot lose, so that to me says...
No, Brian, it's 5 players for next season.
Okay, Trent, McAllister, Virgil, Salah, and Szoboszlai.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Because TW says Virgil, Trent, McAllister, Salah, Szoboszlai. That's what he says. The Bonkers says Virgil, McAllister, Jota, Nunez, Trent. Right? So you're getting all different, aspects of who to keep or who's important to the spine, to the, everything for the new manager. Trent, Mac, Szoboszlai, Gapco, Salah, says Colin Dykes. Is anyone surprised at Gapco there being
no, it's a good show. No, it's a good show. Yeah, good show.
Good show. Yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't keep a defensive play like a Virgil on that line. But
yeah, absolutely. But I think it's hard to see if you were picking 5. I'm a historian, and people say, what's the most tragic thing? I'm not talking about Hillsborough now, because I've said too much about that at the opening of the show and last night's show. What's the most tragic things in Wales events? 5 most things, and I say things, what's happened throughout history, by the way, and they're both civil wars. Civil war here and civil war in America, you see. So they're 2 the prime things. But getting away from that, then I'm asked, what's your favourite? Give me 5 favourite buildings in Liverpool. Now, if you've never been to Liverpool, Liverpool has we've got more graded buildings, with the exception of London, in the country. The whole of the country, we have exceptional buildings. And it's impossible for me to say what 5 buildings. It's impossible. And I know the architects. I know I'm a specialist on the buildings, by the way. And it's hard to say. It's not only that, but it's. I think picking 5 players is very difficult, more so than tragic events that's gone around the world through the centuries. And also to name 5 top buildings in Liverpool. Point is, Liverpool Football Club, to us, is here. It's in our DNA. It's in our system that we want to do well. Klopp has got us where we are, on the pinnacle of greatness again. Greatness again, and this is why we're feared. This is why we're jealous. But to pick 5 players who I want, I'd have Virgil every time to go into next season with this manager, with a new manager. You've got to pick him. You've got to pick his vice captain, and that's young Trent, because he's a Scouser. You've got to pick McAllister. You have to, no matter what. And I love the way Brian said, we paid a lot of money for this fella, and let's see how he can be used. And that's Szoboszlai, yes. And the other player for experience is Mo Salah. They're my 5. And with that, everyone goes quiet. But that's it. That's the way it is. And it was more difficult for me to pick any of them, rather than the most tragic events, like the atom bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the bubonic plague over in France during the 18th century. It's killed hundreds of thousands of people.
Do you have a favorite building, Frank? If you had to, if someone said, twist your arm, do you have one favorite building?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you have a favorite building? I know you can't pick your top 5, but if someone said, your cheesy, stereotypical, what would
It's impossible. It's impossible.
If you were telling me, Brian, go and see one building in Liverpool tomorrow, what building would you tell me go and see?
St. George's Hall.
There you go. Okay. Cool.
See, people say, well, why wouldn't you pick the Liver building? Because it's got the birds on the top, and it's when you're coming in, you see the Liver building with the birds, and this is Liverpool. Like, the songs sang about it and whatever. But it's St. George's Hall because it's the finest neoclassical building in the world. Finest neoclassical building in the world. And it's unbelievable. That's what I'd pick. Watch my if you can, I go out at 8 o'clock on a Monday evening. Watch my next history show. And I'm going to show the buildings. I'm going to show 10 buildings and see how impressed you are. There's one building in Liverpool. One of the 5 I picked. One of the 5 tragedies I picked, and I do lectures about it, is the 1845 famine in Ireland. And as George Bernard Shaw said, how could there be a famine when the country was full of food? Think about that, what George Bernard Shaw said. He's spot on. So I do know about tragedies, but as I said, getting to Liverpool Football Club, it's very hard to pick. It's very hard to pick a manager. Who would I like? There's only one lad I'd like. I'd love Klopp to stay. I'd love Klopp to do a U-turn. But that won't happen. That won't happen. I'll tell you for why. Michael Edwards.
No.
Michael Edwards. And as Dexter says, Dexter Baker, difficult decision, Frank, but the only player in letting go is Nunez. He is not of our standard. More like West Ham. Wow, wow. That's, and they are, look.
I picked up some of them.
Oh, that's a cracker. The Lexington, Walker Art, West Tower, St John's Beacon, Viewing Gallery, and the Liver Building. Honourable mention to Liverpool Metropolitan Cathedral. Absolutely.
And there's these things. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very interesting.
Those are the places I'd like to see when I do visit.
Really?
Yeah.
But when you come over, if you ever do, I'll bring you.
Yeah, definitely will. I've already started. JK hooked me up with some real estate brochures or real estate connections, so maybe.
Really? Oh, that's fantastic, because if you go into the Metropolitan Cathedral, have a look at one of my DVDs. I don't know what one it is, unfortunately. And I talk about
You've got so many.
I know. I'm sorry, I can't remember, but I talk about the inside, the outside, and the inside of the Metropolitan Cathedral, and it tells you about the stained glass. And I even showed the desk. I think I showed the desk. I'm not quite too sure where I did the exams at Liverpool University.
Can I be so rude? Can I be so rude as to interrupt and say 12 man? No Cavern Club. Very
well. There you go.
Now, come on, my
Cavern,
friend.
yeah.
Come on, my friend. No Cavern Club.
Yeah.
Oh, open goal missed there. Open goal missed.
Open goal missed, yeah.
Yeah, you got to go to Holland, surely. Frank, you must have been there back in the day, man. Come on.
I was.
I like architecture. That's why.
I used to. Well, the Cavern. I do go down there now and again when I get out. And it's only to see a couple of lads who are in bands who are friends of mine. Mm-hmm. And they're brilliant, actually. One is Paul Capper. He's an unbelievable fella, because you've got a Cavern club that Tony O'Keefe plays in with the Shakers. They're just like the Beatles. And the Cavern pub, which is opposite. So you go down there and they both meet at the bottom. They're all blocked off, but they both meet the cellars where the Beatles used to play. Mm-hmm. And that's where Paul Capper plays, so they're very good friends of mine. But what you've got is some of the most fantastic, as the 12th, that surprised me, actually. That surprised me, saying that. And brilliant buildings, by the way, the Walker Gallery is absolutely unbelievable. Inside
one of the things I liked was architecture, so I'm into buildings.
Oh, so you like it? Well, wait till I show you things in Liverpool.
That's cool.
Just drop your jaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you look at Frank, you'll know that even before the Cavern Club, it was John Lennon's mother bought a club space in Liverpool to start showing bands. Even before the Cavern Club, she knew what was going on with her son and her kid, and she opened up a space. I don't think it was even officially a space. I can't remember the name of it, but she started putting on days and bands and stuff like that before the Cavern Club even started. And you're talking about the Cavern Club, what you're talking about is a space where, if you want to throw your band on, maybe you can go and play down in the basement there or something. This kind of stuff, anywhere you can get. And these days now, these places are iconic. But like Frank was saying, back in the day, it was just a bunch of teenagers. Oh well, look, if you want to play your music, look, we've a space down there in a basement. Go play down there. And now, 50 years later, like people are making pilgrimages to these places. You know,
well, the thing is, you're right, but it's not the real Cavern.
No, these days, no, of course, yeah, no.
It's not the real Cavern because our fantastic city planners decided to knock it down so it could park 6 cars.
Yeah.
But we rebuilt it, more or less. We rebuilt it, and it's called the Cavern Club. It's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. The music's still there, the live bands are still there, and it is magical. But as far as architecture concerned, and Oriel Chambers, you've got loads of Oriel Chambers in what was his name? Bullock? Was it Bullock? No. A lad came over from Chicago, and he looked at Oriel Chambers.
Yeah.
And he went, whoa! And he went back over to America, and he built Oriel Chambers all over Chicago, funny enough, which is great because I don't know whether you're aware of this, 12, but we have more connections. Liverpool has more connections with America than any other European city.
Certainly, yeah. Because of
incredible. All the presidents, who emigrated to America, well, most of them sailed from Liverpool. Yeah.
I guess then if we're going with the Beatles, then I'll say we can go to. I'll go to Strawberry Field. I'll go to Strawberry Field to see my. How about that? There's my Beatles. There's my open goal. Strawberry Field. How about that? I go there.
But even the Irish that were going to America, as you well know, a lot of them they sailed from Dublin to Liverpool to get the boat from Liverpool to go to America.
To go to New York,
And like they weren't going straight from Ireland to America. They get the boat in Dublin, go over and get the steamer in Liverpool that was bringing them to America. And guess what? Half of them got drunk that night and just decided to stay in Liverpool. Like they were leaving Ireland. They were leaving Ireland. And half of them is like, well, we were going to go to New York, but I met this girl in Liverpool, and that's
no, you're so right. I don't forget, I do lectures about it, and some of them when they got here, they were escaping the English. They were getting away from being murdered, if you know what I mean, being starved. So by the time they got here, and don't forget, it took days, to get here. Now people, I'm not saying that they were stupid or anything. Please don't get me wrong when I say this. But people on the board ships being seasick and everything and saying, how long are we going to get to this, to land? Because they wanted to get off the ships because it was rolling. It was like this. It was terrible. So by the time they got to Liverpool, they thought that they were in America.
Yeah, no, I get 100%. Yeah, they're like, I'm not doing another 3 weeks on that. No, I'll just, It's simple. Yeah, no, Frank, you're right. It's human nature. It's like, no, I've done it. I've done 3 days. I'm not getting on another ship for 3 weeks to get to America. I'll just stay here.
Yeah. Well, like the same as my family. My family, I'm half Italian, and my family they get here because anyway they get here. Never mind, in the 20s, and my mother was a little girl, and her siblings, and they're all little mad kids. Like we all little mad kids, and they get here. Half of the family went on to America. They went to New York, and they all gets off there. And the other half of the family, these are brothers and sisters. They were left here, and because there was a 6-month waiting list. So my granddad. No, my great-granddad who came over with them, he was a barrel organ player. So he used to play the barrel organ. And my granddad, he got a job, believe it or not, my granddad was a bookmaker, right? And he gets a job at that. And so he decided to stay because they were only working to save enough money up so that they could get a proper passage rather than, in the bowels of these ships, cheap passages. And so they decided to stay. they decided to stay, which was absolutely fantastic because this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. And,
But Frank, you must talk about this all the time. Port City. Port City. That's how things get imported into countries. Why did the Beatles go to Hamburg? Because it's a port city.
Port, yeah.
Liverpool is a port city. Where I'm from, Waterford in Ireland, it's a port city.
Yeah.
I understand that's people come in meaning to go somewhere else, but they kind of like it, so they stay.
Yeah, that's why they stay at the port, so that they could get away if they don't like it.
Yeah. It's that music comes from port cities because all of the music that got imported into England from America, when it had to be shipped across the Atlantic on ships on vinyl, it landed at Liverpool docks. So the kids in Liverpool literally, physically got the music before the kids in London and Birmingham did.
Well, it was the countries that set the music scene up. And then during the 40s and 50s, this is after the Second World War, we were singing sea shanties, which are great, still sung today in the Irish team pubs, fantastic Irish music. But when these lads from the Cunard shipping line, they sailed over as waiters and whatever, they were only kids themselves, they were only 17, 18 years of age. And when they get to New York, they seen all these neo lights, wasn't here, not here like that, neo signs, and the music blaring, colour. They seen a lot of colour because it was so grimy here. This is post-war. This is just after the war when there was still rations, and what they brought over was music.
Rock and roll, man.
Fats Domino.
Blew everyone's mind. They
brought these lads over, and Elvis. Wow, they brought the music that the Beatles just fell in love with. As young kids, they didn't even know each other. And that's how it started. And it's all stemmed from Irish sea shanties to rock and roll from America. Fantastic. And as I said, George Bernard Shaw, how could there be a famine when the country was full of food? And I actually get quoted, when university students are actually writing their essays and dissertations and they have to put the sources. I'm actually and they have to put me down because a quote came from me by saying Liverpool was the Ellis Island of Europe. And it was.
Brilliant. Yeah.
It was. We were the Ellis Island. Listen, lads, it's been absolutely a ball. It really is. If you would have seen, and the JK would tell you, I was in bits at the beginning of this because of Hillsborough. And I was in bits, because, I survived it and I'm still suffering from it. And the 16th of April to me is the worst date on the calendar, the global calendar. And you've all helped me tonight. You've all helped me. Because
we all feel it as well in our own little way. We do feel it, even from afar. We do feel it. It touches all of us. I think it brings us together as well.
Respect, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The Casbah Club is not far from my house in West Derby. You'll be all right there. You'll be all right there, definitely. It's 12. Beatles used to play there. Yeah, they did. And today, Pete Best, the half-brother, run it. Brilliant. Major. Well, I know Pete. Well, I don't know him well, going out for drinks or anything, but I do know Pete, by the way. And 12 man says that the Casbah. And great show, boys. best show going, says TW. Thank you so much, TW. And listen, boys, I'm having a post-match on Thursday. If you're free, if you're not doing one yourself, 12th, I'd love you on. And you, Brian. And I'm starting at, what time am I starting, JK, on Thursday? Is it 10 o'clock? 10?
That will be...
Post-match must be about 10, yeah?
Yeah, 10. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
I'd love you to come on. If you're not doing on 12th, please, you know, and you, Brian.
Of course.
Obviously, JK. And there'll only be us on. And Daryl, you know, if he's not doing any open surgery, you know, on brains.
Yeah, Daryl.
If he is busy at hospital, yeah.
He's always got his shirt. He's always got the shirt off. I thought he was doing the full Monty. I thought it was the full Monty. That was what it was. That's the reason. That's why I thought he was auditioning. I thought he was.
No, that's him celebrating a goal before he's even scored it.
He's a marker for everything.
But it's been a hoot. Thank you. I'll tell you what, lads, if I might. Can I suggest? I'm not saying like tomorrow or even next week or whenever. How would you like to do a show, not football, but how can I put this without sounding mad? How would you like to do like a sort of historical program, just us, about what went on throughout Europe over the years and throughout America and South America over the years? You know, what you call social and economic issues. And we can actually bring in, can I say this? I'll just recite this. Okay, please. My mother groaned, my father wept. Into the dangerous world I leapt, helpless, naked, piping loud, like a fiend hid in a cloud. Struggling in my father's hands, striving against my swaddling bands, bound and weary I thought best to sulk upon my mother's breast. That poem was actually written in 1794. 1794. That's the way it was for people. That's the way it was for people. This was like well into the likes of the slave trade. Well into the slave trade. This was at a time when the likes of, how can I say, you know, the French Revolution was going on. This was a time when America had a war of independence. All this going on. All this. And yet, people were writing about it. And no one cares. No one cares. So, you know, I'm not just saying that period. I'm talking about every other period. The bubonic plague. You know, how people try to survive and that. Do you know a saying, isn't it? I turned around and said, you know that saying? You know, I turned around and said to him, right? And do you know where that stems from? Do you know where that originates from? And it originates from the Black Death here in the country, here in England. And what had happened was, when people were talking face to face,
turn away from each other, yeah.
They turned their head. Yeah. I turned around and said, because they couldn't talk in case of the germlines, you know, the germs getting at them.
You want to breathe on each other, basically. You turn your head away.
So that's it. Can I tell you where the JK or faint here, I'm going to say this. Uh-oh. Do you know the F word? The F word. You know, the F word. You know what the F word is. Do you know where
I've heard about it. Yeah.
Fish.
Do you know where it originates from? Shall I tell you if you don't know? You like this. It's a little trivia, but you like it. And there was this, well-to-do aristocrat looking for his wife. And he went to, he went to this massive stately home. And he said to one of the servants, "Have you seen my wife? Have you seen Lady Such-a-Body?" And he went, "Oh," he said, "you better ask them over there." So anyway, this is through this, by the way. And he walks over and he sees like what we call today bodyguards, right? So the soldiers, standing there. And he said, "Have you seen Lady So-and-so?" And she turned around and said, "She's fornicating under King Charles, the King Charles." Right? Fornicating under Charles the King. That's where the F word comes out.
That's not the story I've heard. I know that thing is, but yeah, I thought you were going to go with a different story. But yeah, I have heard that one as well.
Yeah.
That one doesn't. Yeah, I think.
I know how they got the middle finger. But
the new version of that. Well, I can't remember who was it that invented. Someone came out like in the 90s. Someone said, "Oh, the F word means like for unlawful carnal knowledge." So if you grew up in the 90s as a kid, you were told that's what it meant, for unlawful carnal knowledge. But
no, it came. As I said, it came from King Charles II.
No, but I think it just comes from a French word. I think it just comes from a French word. That's what I heard some historian. It was like 2 weeks ago. I think on one of those random history notes. Yeah.
Well, I'm a professor. Believe me. No, but
I know. It's a story. I agree. I hear the story, but I actually don't think that actually. Yeah.
Me and 12 will find out the truth.
Yeah.
But it makes no difference.
Yeah, I think. No, it doesn't. Of course, it does.
We'll leave it with this. Have you heard of the saying, "Raining cats and dogs"?
Yeah.
Do you know where that stems from? Originates from? Now, Brian might just say, "Oh, behave yourself again." But
no, I won't ever challenge you again, Frank. I went in there with my lawyer.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. What it is, like throughout England and parts of Ireland as well, there was lots of thatched roofs, loads of them, thatched roofs. And animals used to hide in there to keep warm. Dogs, cats, mice, you name it, they used to hide. And when it teemed with rain, they used to get out of the eaves, out of the air, because they were getting wet. Hence, going down the windows, raining cats and dogs. And that's where that stems from.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Thanks, JK.
No problem. It sounds about right, though. You can imagine that one.
But if you ever want to
Cockney, though. It sounds proper Cockney, raining cats and dogs. That's proper London Cockney.
Yeah. But if you ever want to, honestly, if you ever want to talk, gobbledygook, anytime, rather than most probably football or bloody will come into it, but just let me know. There's a time, and we'll talk about even inventions. We'll talk about inventions, great inventions.
Frank?
What?
Do you like quizzes?
It depends. It depends. Why?
Well, you see, we're trying to get some people to come on our quiz, and most people are too afraid. So, do you want to come on our quiz on 12th Man Channel?
Yeah, no problem.
There we go. Yeah, that's it. Don't tell him anything else. He signed up. You're in.
He signed up.
Yep. There we go.
No
But he has to bring the Frank Carlyle channel with him, yeah? Darryl Lee.
Yeah.
That's the
sorry. I don't mean Darryl.
prize.
It's a football quiz, and it's basically random questions about everything since the Premier League began. But it's just football,
So we're
random.
talking 1990, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the general
already got
knowledge
a
quiz.
skip.
It's
I
just
already
a
turned it
football
off.
quiz.
No, I'll have a go at that.
Yeah, but it's a little bit on the tougher side. You know, it's more of an eggheads. You know, the eggheads it's more like eggheads than
Yeah.
Then you're stupid kind of like, oh, who wears number 9 for Liverpool? It's not, you know.
Do you know one of the eggheads?
No one, bro.
One of the eggheads questions was this, and they never got it. No one got it, and I did, because I used to lecture about the Romans, and especially Roman Britain. And they said, you've heard of Queen Boudica, Boadicea, but it's Boudica.
Whichever one, yeah.
And they said, who was her husband? And she had a husband.
Right, yeah.
I
say Boudica, by the way. I say Boudica, by the way. That's what we call her.
I say Boudica. Yeah. That's how she's.
Isn't that Beyonce?
Beyonce.
Well, she's probably the modern version of it. Yeah, probably, yeah.
I'm telling you.
Because he's really big. Do you know that I've spoken to Beyonce, by the way?
Of course you have. Frank, you spoke to everybody. Seriously, you like.
Honestly, I
come on, Frank. Frank's just dropping names, like, you know what I mean?
You need to speak to Dua. You need to speak to Dua for me.
Frank,
I've spoken to Jane Fonda. Really? I've spoken to Beyonce and her husband, JC, is it? Or whatever.
JC. If you said JC, that would have been awesome, by the way. That would have been awesome.
I think JC is one of your subscribers.
When I was talking to her, there's a lovely girl named Jo Whittaker, and she used to be my Hollywood correspondent, and she was outside the rehearsals for the music thing. Yeah. And as I went live at 8 o'clock our time, it was afternoon over there in America, LA. And she said, and Beyonce was walking over to her because she was doing an interview with her for this channel. And she said, I'm just live in Liverpool, anyway, she mentioned me. And she said, would you like to speak to Beyonce? And I went, I thought she was taking the mic. I said, yeah, okay. And there's Beyonce talking to me. So anyway, she said, would you like to speak to this fella, JD, but whatever, And I said, oh, yeah. So he came on, and I said, are you their manager? And he said, I'm her husband. I said, oh, yeah. I said, well, what do you do? He said, I'm a rapper. I said, oh, I said, well, pleased to meet you. I never had a clue who he was, honestly, and that was it. And another one was at the movies, the movies, they were rehearsing there again. And she was we were talking, she was saying what was going on in Hollywood and, Donald Trump at the time. And she said, and then it's Jane Fonda. She said, would you like to, Jane Fonda's here beside me, would you like to speak to Jane? And I went, yeah. And I asked her if she would like to marry me, and she said, pity I have an husband.
Okay, here we go.
Unbelievable.
Frank was fond of her.
Oh, very good.
Holier than thou, Mr. JK. Holier than thou. No, but I did say about her dad, if he'd have been a politician, his voice alone would have made him president. And she said, thank you so much.
Oh, her father? Yeah, Peter Fonda? Yeah.
Great. No, it was Henry Fonda.
Henry Fonda.
Peter was a brother.
Her brother.
Yeah, heard it, yeah.
Because he had this voice. He has a fantastic voice, to be honest.
Frank, but anyway, the father's sweet. He's got a chance. That's it. That's the way to do it. That's old school way, bro. I like that. I like that.
But isn't it good though? You know, I think this little chat tonight has been absolutely wonderful.
You didn't answer the question, Frank. You asked us who was Boadicea or Boudica or Boadicea.
Oh yeah.
Who's our husband? I think I can't. I've heard this shit, but I can't. I'm going to say my best guess is he was French. He was one of the French kings. He was a king of France or something like that. I can't remember the name though. Was it Charlemagne?
Oh no. What it was, he was king of the Iceni because there was all little kings.
Yeah, I knew he was a king.
Do you know what? Technically, you're brilliant because the French. Because when Caesar came over, now don't forget they were Germany.
I've gone early, yeah. I've gone early, Frank. I've gone too early. Yeah, I've gone early.
You know, France, they were coming over. Hispania, they were all coming over. So they were all dissidents. And Caesar, Julius, you know, he turned around and said, too many dissidents here. Too many of them. He said, and they speak with a foreign language. That's what he said, actually. But that's by the by. So, Boudica, she had this kingdom, and her husband, he was the king of the kingdom, and his name was Prasutagus.
Okay. Oh yeah, I wasn't getting that.
What you call the Lion King of Rome, but he died. And Cato, then the governor, says, "Okay, you know, you're getting no more privileges. This is our land." And that's when she took up arms and took on the might of the Roman army, but was soundly defeated anyway. And it's Prasutagus, and I thought the eggheads would have got that, and they didn't.
Yeah, well, I got the king bit, and I'm not happy with that.
No, you did. No, of course you did. You know, say they were one of the ancient tribes of England. Very good. I like that. I like what you said there, mate. I really did. Absolutely. And that's it. Now, you know that I'm, now, did you know that I won this? Going to surprise you, so. Any idea what the highest medal is that you could win in this country? Military medal. Any idea?
George Cross, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the George Cross is the second. In fact, it's the Victoria.
Vicky is first. Okay, yeah, I think George and Victoria. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
I won that. Did you know I won that?
I did not know. No, that's.
Yes, I'm a Victoria Cross holder. Are you going to ask me how I did it? How I got it?
I'm going to wait for you to tell me.
I went to Goodison.
I knew this was a joke. I knew this was a fucking joke because you didn't win the fucking Victoria. I knew you were. That's why I didn't ask you. I knew you. What, you're going to tell me you were in the trenches in World War I or something? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know what you think I am.
Exactly. I didn't want to say the wrong thing and be disrespectful. I knew you were on a wind up. I just didn't know what kind of wind up. So, yeah. I
got you to swear. Yeah,
you were at Eep. I was at Eep. I was in the back.
Oh, you spell Eep. Yeah. Do you know? Honestly, I let you about it, and one of my students, I was only at colleges, I worked for university doing the Roman thing at Westwood Enterprise, and I used to go to colleges to a night school, and I was doing about the First World War, and I shouldn't say it but they were talking about Eep. And do you know how this fella spelled Eep?
Okay.
No, it was a girl. H-E-E-P. Eep. That's how they spelled it. Not only that, but this fella, that was a girl. Was it a girl? I don't know. One of them anyway. And the other one spelled it double A-P. Eep. said, what's this? She went, the place you there mentioned, you know, where they had 3 battles. I said, oh, okay. Yeah. But brilliant. Listen, boys, thank you so much. I love you. Love to see you on Thursday. And try and think, you know, we can talk about anything. I just want to do a lovely show because I think people should know a little bit of their history, like America, like Ireland. I love doing Ireland, and it's great. India, unbelievable. It's how the English went over and destroyed for the resources, slaughtered people. Think about it. Empires, I disagree with. Occupation, I disagree with. That's me. That's me. Okay, so think about it. I'll join you on your quiz. 12th man, as usual. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Brian.
Thank you for having me.
So
oh, thank you. Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
No, thank you. And don't forget the F word. Okay, so and JK. JK, thank you. And I'll see you all this week, hopefully. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the 15th away from me. Thank you. Thank you.